being able to stand up for yourself, being able to stand up for the people around you are so critical, regardless of what your background is. And that, alongside leaning into the things that you do when you're not trying to fight to be someone who the universe or your parents or whoever is proud of, is also something to lean in on. And eventually, hopefully, that thing you do on the side blossoms into something that then, right, then your parents, of course, now my family is like, oh yeah, my daughter does social media and she does this. Whereas when I was starting, it was like, yeah, she makes TikToks. So, you lean into it and hopefully that path works out.
That was lovely. So how did y'all even begin to fathom the idea of starting your own company, or starting Med School Boys, and then getting into social media and making that career switch? How were those initial stages? Was there fear? What was going through your mind?
I can go first. So what was going through my mind? Not much. I would say I'm very much a yes man. So when opportunities came my way, I would say yes. And that would put me in situations that I was a lot of the times uncomfortable with, but also presented me with opportunities and experiences that I could have otherwise never fathomed. So with the Med School Boys, how we kind of started was there was 6 guys who, on our first day of medical school, we did kind of a, for lack of better words, kind of like a thirst trap video, where we were standing in our suits, and then we snapped our fingers, and then we were in our white coats like magic, and a little bit of editing. And credit to Aaron Vengalil, one of the Med School Boys founding members. He posted that video on his personal page, and the video blew up, and I was mortified. I was like, oh my goodness, this is terrifying, because I would say I'm a pretty private person, and I certainly didn't expect as many people to see that video. And I definitely wasn't a social media influencer by any means. And then Aaron said, hey, you know what, let's get a couple other guys in our medical school, and let's create an Instagram page that is documenting our journey in medical school. And so lo and behold, zero planning, we created the Med School Boys on Instagram, and then we started regularly posting just various experiences that we had in medical school, and that got traction. And although I wasn't super inclined to be a medical school influencer or an influencer in any way, shape, or form, I was around people who, one, did have that interest, and two, it gave me an opportunity to be part of something that I would have otherwise not fathomed. I did have an interest in business. I was interested in creating a social media brand and running a brand from a company and logistics standpoint. And so credit to Aaron and the rest of the Med School Boys. They gave me an opportunity to do just that. And then with Olera, I did an MBA in between my undergrad and medical school, and one of the kids that was doing an MBA with me, Logan, who was also in medical school at the time, was working on a project, and he asked me if I would consult on a project with him. And I didn't have that much experience, but I was very willing to learn on the job. And that opportunity to just consult on that project with him led to our long-lasting relationship and me joining the company and working with them throughout medical school as well. And I think that was the biggest thing that really played a difference, was that, one, I always had a very yes man mentality, and two, that I was very willing to put myself in situations that I wasn't necessarily comfortable with.
Yeah, I remember when I started Taco, and I think, Ghazali, your question was like, how did you feel while doing it? And I just remember that, going from being salaried, right, in a venture-backed business and being a CMO, to now having nothing and you having to invest money. Is it going to work? I had just gotten married. I mean, there's so many factors that I think went into it. But I think, just like what I was talking about earlier about going against the current versus going with the current, there was something that felt like this feels like it's the right thing to do. And I was exploring, like, maybe going and joining a VC firm as a entrepreneur in residence and starting a company through there. I was exploring going and becoming a turnaround CEO for a business. I explored all those options, but it's interesting, like all of those options, there was some sort of, it almost felt like some sort of resistance, right? Like I remember one of the roles I was looking into, for one reason or the other, the funding just like never came for a future round. So, you take that as a sign from nature that this is probably not the right thing for me. But this taco thing, like we just kept growing month over month over month. And so that was the answer, so yeah, immense fear, but I think just by doing and by having some faith and having some little bit of openness that, is this the right thing for me, I think that's what just develops more and more courage.
So the risk for me starting out on social media had nothing to do with finances because I had my iPhone, and that's really all you need, and an internet connection. And so for me, I had wanted to do social media for years. I was on Vine back in the day. I posted one YouTube channel ever during college, and then I took it down when I started applying for jobs. So I was like, I will never get a job if they see this. And the fear evaporated a bit during COVID because I didn't have to face anybody. Everyone was in their house. And yes, maybe people were talking, oh, Hera's trying to, post her beauty content or whatever, but I didn't have to hear it. It didn't really get to me. And so to me, all of these people, this chatter was just silenced. And I was able to be like, oh, this feels good. I'm happy to post this. I'm excited to make this content. And that's all I was listening to during that period of my life. And the only people I would get feedback from were my close friends, who none of them cared. They were very excited for me and were encouraging me the whole time. And it was surprising to me how much I had let these potential voices or these the aunties and uncles of the community and their perception of me, which I shouldn't place any value on really, control what I allowed myself to try. And so that was kind of the first piece of it. And so it, blossomed from this hobby into this thing that I was able to establish as a business. And that was really exciting, but it was something I did on the side. It was just like a little thing. And it was actually my husband who called me out, and he was like, when you introduce yourself, you never talk about your social media. You just say you're in law school and that's it. And I was like, yeah, but your social media isn't like a serious thing. And he's like, why not? And he would always, whenever I introduce myself, chime in and goes, and she does this. And he would pull up my page and he would say, you should follow her. And his just like blind support of me was really inspiring to me to say, if my husband is this proud of me and he's not embarrassed about this thing, why am I? That's crazy. And then I started, right, when you get into this industry and you start meeting people who have taken the same risks and it's paid off. Of course, when I was living in Iowa and I only saw people be successful as doctors, that's of course what my mind was like, this is the only one safe option. But then I started talking to all these beauty founders. I have so many women in my contacts now that have started businesses that are at Sephora, at Ulta. That's crazy to me. As a consumer, it like feels like this intangible thing. How could you ever start your own business? How could you ever be on a billboard? How could you do any of that? And then you meet them and you realize they're humans that just tried and kept failing until something worked. And it becomes so much more accessible. And now, like, yeah, this is a real thing. It's worked for other people. These other people are so successful. And the people that you see come speak at panels and are on these billboards are also people who just tried and are surrounding themselves with other people who continue to encourage them to try. And so those were two of the big switch points for me throughout my journey of fear and how I kind of got through those periods.
That was incredible. So as you're progressing, from when you come out of college and to where you are now, success as a definition changes, it varies. So how do you define success in your career paths right now, but also how has that changed over time for you? How has that taken on a new meaning?
I can start this one. So when you're on an academic path, it's so easy. Success is very much your grades and like which student organizations did you get onto? And so it's very black and white, and it feels very easy to identify what success looks like if that's what you base it off of. And that's what I did for the greater part of my life. And then when that goes away, and even though I'm in law school, right, like the competition in law school is so steep, and it's such a humbling experience. And it was the first time in my life that I was like, whoa, I could try as hard as I want to, but that doesn't mean I'll be at the top of my class. And I was like, what does anything mean anymore? Like, I was like, where is my value going to come from if not this mark on my report card? And it was a jarring experience. And then with social media, right? Initially, it was those markers like, oh, how many followers do you have, or this or that. But I realized that every time I would get to one of those milestones, those like 100,000 people, whatever, the things that I would be thinking about, the things that would be meaningful to me would be like the comments that people had left about, oh, I watched your video during this bout of depression that I had, and scrolling through your feed brought me some joy. And those were the things that I'd be like, this is like, I'm winning. Like, this is so special that I could be creating something that is part of someone's day that can enlighten their life in some way. And that suddenly those like little bits and pieces of those special moments became things that I was like addicted to getting more of. And it can be hard with social media to gauge that, because people love commenting mean stuff on social media. Someone complimented my outfit yesterday, and I was like, oh, I woke up this morning feeling terrible because someone said my outfit was so millennial yesterday. And maybe it was, but those hate comments really like are so glaring. But occasionally, you'll get a note from someone who took the time to say that how you've had an impact on them. And the older that I get, and some people here may say that I'm still a baby, maybe I am, but thank you, Brandy, keeping me in check. But I think as we grow older, those moments where you really see the change that you're able to bring in an area that you really care about, those are like the moments that I really hold on to. And everything else like continues to grow. Like, if you keep watering a garden, things will ultimately grow. But what's more fun than like having your garden grow is being able to harvest the fruit and share it with the people at your dinner table, right? And so I think it's really having the academic piece kind of slide away in my life has allowed room for me to see success in those connections and impact on others in a better light.
Yeah, I think success to me, I think I would define it as more around like every year, what kind of progress am I making as a human being? That it's not just, like in the business, right? For example, we review every quarter how much profit did we generate, right? That's a success metric. And I think similarly, on an individual level, the way I think about it is emotionally, materially, spiritually. Where do I feel, or where would I like my life to go, and where am I tracking against these areas? Is what I would define success as. Not if profit was supposed to be X and we did 10X, then yeah, we did well. I mean, but to me, like, I want to continually get better in whatever I do, right? And wherever I put my attention to. And so that's kind of how I've thought about measuring success on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I mean, along similar lines, I definitely feel like there were the conventional metrics of success that were imposed on me from a young age, as far as academics and getting certain test scores and stuff. But growing up, I always really did feel very much like a square peg into a round hole, in that I was not very good academically. I wasn't in the top 10% of my class in high school. My college grades were decent, they were okay. My test scores getting into medical school were pretty mediocre. Fourth quartile in medical school. So academically, I definitely wasn't killing it. I know, yes, I'm in medical school, so there's some component to that. But at the same time, from a very young age, I knew that academics was not necessarily my strong suit. I was a lot more interested in prepared speaking and debate, and the human connection. And so for me, even though my parents definitely had a conventional success metric, that I knew that wasn't going to work for me necessarily. And so I would say I define success by, does it bring meaning and purpose to my life? There's only 24 hours in a day. A good chunk of that is spent sleeping. The rest of that, have a free reign on how you want to spend it, whether that be in a conventional professional way or in an unconventional professional way or a mix of the two. But the reality is it won't be enough time, right? The world is filled with so many fascinating things, so many things you can learn and do and try, that to be an expert in even one topic would take more than one lifetime. And so to be an expert in so many is probably impossible. So that means that you might lose some sleep, but also it means that you're going to have to spend so much of your waking time voraciously, consuming information and experience and opportunities. And that's only really sustainable if it brings meaning to your life. If you do something that you don't like, yeah, maybe you can do that for 1 month, 2 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, but eventually it'll burn you out and, in my opinion, leave you very unfulfilled. And so for me, I derive my success from, are the things I'm doing in my life still bringing meaning to my life?
I love that. So all three of y'all mentioned how the pandemic kind of impacted you in some kind of way, and I'd like to delve deeper into that. So Hira, you mentioned that you transitioned from consultancy to pursuing a career in law, specifically because of the pandemic and the events that followed the death of George Floyd. So can you share how those experiences kind of influenced your career path, and then what insights you gained from making such a shift in your career, especially at that point of societal upheaval?
So I, after graduating undergrad, had gotten a job working at Accenture. It was in management consulting, was helping companies with big technological shifts. And I was doing really well at the job. I was excited to be doing well. And this was, my first job out of college. And I was supposed to be out of the Minneapolis office. And then the pandemic hit a week into my move-in, and I had to move right back to Iowa. Mostly because I didn't know how to cook for myself. My mom was like, "You'll die, please come home." And so I go back to Iowa, enjoying my mother's meals. And on the street that I was supposed to be living on in Minneapolis, had I have stayed there, were exactly where the George Floyd protests were going on. And I would be sitting in meetings, doing my work. And although I was successful in doing that work, my eyes were always glued to the news. I would have my second little monitor and I would just be following what was going on. And there really wasn't much discussion about what was going on in the world at work. And when you go from school, where everyone's always talking about what's going on in the news, what is, the social justice cause that we can be supporting, how are you volunteering your time, to a workforce where, yes, you can volunteer here and there for different things, but the level of intellectual conversation about what is our role in all of this? How are we contributing to this? Where can we come together to volunteer and help with this was largely not there. And so I missed that advocacy piece. I was in student government in undergrad. I was student body president at University of Iowa, which is surprising because it's such a white place. And so for them to see a woman and a woman of color with my background and say, yeah, she can decide how things happen was wild. But going from that background where I was always vocal, always had an opinion about something, to the corporate work environment where they're like, yeah, I'm glad that you feel passionate about this. Can you send the email to the client now? I was like, oh, come on. And so law school was something that had come to mind of, I want to really sharpen my advocacy skills. I want to be able to stand up for things in a way that is stronger than I ever have before, and feel like I can give back in a different way, and also be in community with people who care about these issues, who are watching the news, who are looking at the Supreme Court cases, who are watching the election and seeing how this is going to impact our lives for generations to come. I want that to be a conversation that when I go to work, people are talking about it and we can have deep discussion on it. And you look at these things at what are the things you want to talk to your friends about? How can you bring more of that life, your life after you go home, into your day-to-day, whether that's comedy, whether that's storytelling or politics, or I don't know, if you love sleep, go find some sleep study people, whatever it is that you like to do on the side, how can you bleed that more and more into your daily life so you don't feel like you're living the Hannah Montana life? It's a chaotic world to live two different versions.
That's very inspiring. And I think, Jeswin, kind of on a similar note, you also have talked about how the pandemic has influenced your approach, especially because you got into medicine like right after the pandemic happened. So how did that influence just in general all the various projects that you were involved in, but also how your approach to medicine differs now and your mindset with medicine differs now?
Yeah, so the pandemic was happening when I was doing my MBA, and I was just starting to work with Alera. And one of my first projects with Alera was customer discovery through NSF, the National Science Foundation. And I was interviewing caregivers of individuals with Alzheimer's and dementia. And that had a truly profound experience on me, because at the time I was 21 years old. Zoom was becoming really popular at the time, so I was having Zoom calls with random strangers who'd responded to our ads on Facebook. And a lot of the times these were individuals that were right around my parents' age, and they were stressed. The caregiver burden was at an all-time high during the pandemic. And these complete strangers who I'd never interacted with before in my life oftentimes would break down crying on these Zoom calls when we would ask them about their experience as a caregiver and some of the difficulties they were having. Mind you, I was 21 at the time, right? I was definitely in over my head. I didn't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. And it had a profound impact on my life. I thought, wow, to cry in front of this like kid who's still like, waiting for his beard and mustache to connect is pretty moving. And they shared some of the most intimate, vulnerable aspects of their experience with me, and it truly left me changed. And I think it was the Surgeon General who said that during COVID, he said that we are a generation that is now more connected than ever, but also more lonely than ever. And I think the elderly population who is in assisted living facilities kind of already have that experience, in that they have to kind of create artificial social experiences to scathe off depression in the elderly and to give them meaning and purpose and connection. And I think the pandemic kind of gave everybody that experience against their will. And it truly did feel like, yeah, we've got hundreds of thousands of people at our fingertips that we could reach out to. And yet in some ways, people are more lonely than ever before. And I think that played a huge role in me believing in down the road, the med school boys and the social media brand that we built, because we wanted to build something that provided some lighthearted humor, that provided some philanthropy, that advocated for others that didn't necessarily have a voice, and provided an opportunity to connect with people at a deep level. And we've been able to do just that, speaking at panels, interacting with members. If you shoot a message to the med school boys, we eventually get to everybody, right? We've got a team of 9 guys. Everybody's logged into the Instagram account. Eventually, one of us replies to you, and we give a detailed response of whatever the answer is. And a lot of the times, one of the guys will give you a call on their phone. That's our approach towards how we run our social media brand. We're just extremely invested in each and every one of our followers. And Hira mentioned earlier the whole concept of, that transition of taking a social media brand seriously. And I think every content creator has that. When does it go from being a hobby to a business? When does it go from a side project to something legitimate that you're proud of? And even when we didn't have the numbers and the following, we did have the investment and buy-in. We made a very conscious choice. We said, hey, let's not be medical school influencers. Let's create a social media brand. And with every one of the guys, we had a formal discussion. We said, hey, we need buy-in. There's no shying away from the fact that you're in a social media brand. There's no fear of scrutiny. You're 100% in. You're proud of the social media brand. You're proud of the work that you do. And that buy-in, I think, was extremely crucial. And that's how we grow our brand. That's how we've shaped how we've gone forward. And the pandemic just made very clear to us, and I would say a lot of others out there, that the world has changed forever, but that doesn't mean that it has to be a pandemic of loneliness.
Wow. So for context, I've been following Hira and Jeswin since like my junior or senior year of high school. So this is like so full circle for me because I don't know who I was telling the other day. I was like, guys, I like actually have Hira and Jeswin on like a texting basis now, and I'm so cool. But that was like such a big deal for me. But I wanted to kind of switch into something different with Chirag. I know that you've between business ventures, and so what do you think was the most significant risk you took with that trajectory of yours?
I mean, I think the most significant risk was going from, again, being a executive at a well-funded company to not, and not having, I mean, I'm the bank, right? And so very different, right? From that standpoint. So, just, and also like it's a very different company, right? So being like a services business, each tier of growth that we went through, you're learning different things. Like I've never, like for example, we had a certain structure that we had in the organization, and it worked to get us to a certain revenue point. But now to go to a different revenue point, we need to do something different. So now you have to reorg the team. Some members may not be willing to necessarily accept the new org. Like these are things I've never done before. And I think just part of this is just working and talking to people that have done things like this before, because there are, right? Like there are people that, in the case of like social media, like both of you, there are people that have millions and millions of followers, right? That have gotten to where they've gotten to. So each tranche of growth, you learn something different. And so I think that's probably been the most challenging thing, is like all the decisions are on me, right? Whereas before, like if you're not the CEO of the business, you're not on the board of the business, it's kind of like just related to marketing is what your focus is. And so it's a blessing and a curse depending on what your situation is.
Lovely. So before we go into questions, I wanted to pose one last question myself to all three of you. So what are some practices or habits that you have felt have kept you the most grounded throughout your journey so far?
I'll go first. I mean, I think meditation has been obviously very, very important. Like I talked about these things around going against or going with the flow and going against it, right? I think they come with being able to turn inward, and being able to realize that, hey, this is something that feels natural versus not feels natural. Like if you don't also experiment with things in your day-to-day life, then I think it becomes challenging. So I would say, yeah, for me, meditation has been the tool, right, that I've leveraged.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, I wouldn't say that I'm huge on meditation necessarily. And one of the med school boys, Surya, he is huge on meditation, and he's was my roommate, and he definitely encouraged me to do so. But I would say that something I was really big on is self-improvement and introspection. And in some ways, that is a form of meditation. And I would say that I was constantly introspecting and identifying, am I... Hello? Oh, nice. Okay. I was constantly deriving from myself, am I doing one meaningful work? Am I learning and growing as a person? And three, why did I do that in the first place, right? What was my purpose in whatever project I was doing? Is that still the purpose of whatever organization I'm with? Is that still the purpose of whatever project I'm working on? And I found that often grounded me, because regardless of what you end up doing, there will be things that you have to do to get to where you want to get that you don't want to do, right? Everybody wants to be a doctor, but nobody wants to lift the heavy textbooks, right? That's like the running joke per se. But if you keep the purpose that you set out on your journey for at the forefront of your mind, I find that it oftentimes can give you the resilience and fortitude required to lift those heavy books.
For me, the most grounding element of my life has always been family and friends. I am like a consistent girls' night host. For a while, I stopped hosting, but I think I'm very, very particular about the people that I keep in my life. I see a lot of my friends who tolerate a lot of disrespect or chaos from the people that they choose to have in their life. My close circle of girlfriends are like my ride or dies. There's nothing I'm ashamed to share with them. I can count on them no matter what information I'm calling them on the phone about. They're there for me when I'm not in the room. They'll try to create opportunities for me. And having those people in your life that you call them and it's been a tough day, and you're like, I don't want to talk about it, I just need to decompress, has been really life-changing. And I think also going from Iowa to New York and having more diversity in my friendships as well has also been incredible. Having people that you make like niche jokes to that are like, no, I get that. And you're like, whoa, has been really life-changing in terms of how supported I feel. And so I do encourage people to be very picky about the people that you're closest to. I think they're very representative of, right? They say like you're an average of the 5 or 10 people closest to you. And so you look around at the people that you keep in your group chats, and you're like, oh, if I was an average of all these people, would I be happy about that, or would I be concerned? And so you need cheerleaders. Everyone needs their cheerleaders. It's never a one-person succession. There's always a line of people out the door that are, have contributed to your success in some way. So that and gratitude. And I also go back and read old versions of my resume to get grounded, because you realize you've been through any challenge that you thought was crazy when you were in high school, college, any period of your life. And it always feels like the end of the world, and then you get through it and then you find something new to be worried about. So looking back at my own journey and thinking about, this felt like the end of the world and I got through it and actually ended up better than I had expected. And remembering that usually is the arc of most lives, that you just never know what door opens when, and that things often turn out better than what we had initially dreamed of. So lean into that journey, and things are just never as serious as they may feel in the moment. So that's what grounds me.
I think this was absolutely awe-inspiring to hear from all three of y'all. And so I'd like to open up questions to the audience. We'll have Simila and Ankit bring mics to you. If you have a question to ask, we have 10 minutes. So anybody with questions? They'll bring the mic to you real soon. Right there, right there.
Hello. Thanks for this insightful conversation. Sure. Yeah, thanks for this insightful conversation. And I just have one question, mainly to Chirag and other panelists as well. Chirag, you were mentioning that as a CEO, or rather, I'm assuming you must be taking a lot of decisions that may impact the company's future. Does that add any burden on your shoulders, such responsibility of people working with you as well? And how do you handle that?
I think in the beginning there's a lot of burden, like, oh, like if I make this wrong hire, then it's going to cost the company this much money, or if I take on this client and they're not good, then we're going to waste our time. But I think there's two things that I think have worked really well. One is I don't want to say I'll predict what's going to happen, but I'll get a sense of, hey, do I feel that this is the right thing or not? And then take the decision and see what happens. And I think over time, more and more, when you do that, you tend to find that intuitively the decisions you're making are the right decisions, even though the outcome may not be right, whatever that looks like, right? So I think to answer your question, when you take more decisions that are aligned, then they don't become as burdensome, because the outcome you're expecting, you feel closer to, and you feel that the outcome is going to be what you expect it to be, versus being surprised by the outcome or having this unknown around the outcome. There's more acceptance around the outcomes too.
A lot of times there are a lot of unknowns when you are venturing into that. And so, like, is it always the case, Chirag, as you're saying, that you can align yourself with the outcome?
I mean, you try, I guess. I mean, that's what you have. Obviously you have to talk to people, and that's part of the exercise too. But I think many times critical decisions, like, they can be made by really giving yourself some time and space, and after centering yourself, I've generally found the answer comes. If I'm placed with two different decisions, I think now start to feel that, okay, this may be a better option than this other thing.
Hello. Oh. Hey, thanks for the insightful panel and wonderfully moderated by Ghazal. My question really is about the people side, right? When in our journey of charting our own paths, we come across, I like to believe that people are the only assets that appreciate with time, right? I like to believe that. And how did you curate those people? And I think you were saying, Hira, also that those 5 people or 10 people, how do you magnetically attract those people, or how do you curate that people, and how do you know when you find such people in your life, and how do you invest, and how do you be that cheerleader also? So I want your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say the answer is kind of a culmination of what Chirag and Hira said, with the Jim Rohn quote of the average of the 5 people, and then also that the decision-making barometer of making the right decision. When you're cultivating teams and cultivating friendships and cultivating relationships, yeah, you're gonna make mistakes. you're gonna have friends and teammates and colleagues that fell short for whatever way, shape, or form. And you'll learn from that and then adjust your barometer accordingly, so that next time you have a better feel for it. And as far as finding those people and attracting those people, I think like-minded people are gravitated towards each other. And Chirag mentioned the whole being a CEO and the sometimes the stakes of that decision making. On the flip side of that, with my CEO and with Alera, part of what fills me with such confidence and such trust is the CEO that is at the helm of our startup company, in that I wholeheartedly trust that he has the startup's best interests at heart at all times, and that he's dedicated to the mission that we set forth. And so I think one aspect is trust, one aspect is being attracted to like-minded people, and the other aspect is, over time, your barometer improves. And although you might make mistakes and you might have relationships that didn't work out, over time, you get a pretty good feel for it, and you'll see through who is and who isn't.
I pour a lot of time and care into my relationships, particularly my friendships. And I've learned to be a much better friend and cheerleader over time through great friends that I've had the pleasure of having in my life and seeing the way that they pour into me. One of my friends is always anytime anything would happen in Pakistan, like on the news, I would get a text from her. She knew nothing about Pakistan other than some of my extended family lived there. And before my mom would tell me, or before I would even see it on the news, she'd be like, "Hey, is everyone in Pakistan okay?" And I'd be like, "What happened?" Like, "Oh, I heard there was a really bad thunderstorm." I'm like, oh, no, things are okay. But I was like, wow, like I never think about where all of my friends' families are living. And so I was like, oh, let me make a note and try to be more active about that. And so I started doing that. And for like birthdays or interviews, like my life is my calendar. And so when my friend has an interview, I have it on my calendar too. Like whatever, Shamina's interview, 10 a.m., so that I can text her beforehand and I don't have to remember. I'm very bad at remembering if someone just tells me I have to write it down. But it works for me to have those little reminders and being really excited about your friends' successes, right? Like when my friends win, I'm like, I won. Like this is so cool that someone in my community, in my circle, has achieved this or has like overcome this journey, or maybe, or even is going through this challenge. You know, when my friends call me about, oh my gosh, I've run into this terrible issue, I always respond with, we are going to get through it. Or what is our plan? And it's like, well, clearly if you're going through it, I'm going through it too. So what's our plan? And it makes you feel less alone. You have that community to lean on. And I think over time, people show you who they are. And I really think when people show you who they are, you should really believe them. Sometimes you want to give benefit of the doubt all the time. This person who's like consistently been disrespectful or, you know, just didn't really take you into consideration. And it's okay to allow some friendships to ebb and flow. Not everyone is a forever friend, but when you do find those people that are just consistently there for you, that you feel really safe and comfortable around, and they've shown you again and again that they're there for you, then you know that those are people that are just going to stay in your life regardless of distance or time or what's going on in both of your lives.
So yeah, I think this wraps it up for us. I'm so grateful to all three of y'all for coming in today. Hira and Chirag flew in from New York. Jaswin flew in from Houston. You literally were at school or at work, and you flew in right after. So I'm so grateful to all three of y'all for that. If you have any more questions, you will have the opportunity later tonight to meet with everyone individually. We'll explain that later, but any other questions you have for all three of these awe-inspiring people? That will be tonight at dinner. So thank you guys so much. We'll take a break until 2:45 for the next panel. That will be on regenerative agriculture, but we have a little thank you from all of us at Unwind.
Hello. Check, check one, check two, check three. In view that check one, check two, check three, check check one, check two, check three, check 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 one, check two, check check one, check two, check three. Hello. Check, hello. Check one, check two, check three, check check one, check two, three, and four. Hello. Check one, check two, check three.
I would love to welcome to the stage John V. Mange, Megan Chen, and Nagashri from Soil to Soul to discuss the role of youth in establishing food sovereignty and regenerative practices. These youth leaders are championing food justice and climate solutions and reshaping the future of our food systems. They will discuss the importance of youth engagement in fostering a deep connection to land and soil, driving policy reforms, and advancing equity to restore health and wellness through regenerative practices.
Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Janvi Mange, your host for today, the co-founder of From Soil to Soul, a regenerative design strategist and a transformational catalyst. Before we start, I'd love to acknowledge that the land that we are on today traditionally belonged to the confederated villages of Lischin and Muvikama Ohlone tribe. I'll encourage you all to just be in a moment and extend our gratitude and belonging to all the indigenous people who belong to this land. And before we start, I'd love to do a small exercise with all of you here. Are you guys in with me? Can I hear a louder yes? That's the spirit. I'd like you all to be comfortable in your seats, gently close your eyes, and bring your awareness to your hearts. Imagine you're sitting in a circle with all your loved ones, sharing your favorite cultural meal. You're all sitting in a garden, and all the produce for the meal is being grown in that garden. Experience the love, the togetherness, belonging that you all share in that moment. Now extend that circle, bringing everyone present in this room to be a part of that circle. Share the cultural meals of everyone in that room. And experience the love, the belonging, and togetherness again. I'll encourage you all to keep this feeling in your heart for the rest of the day. And let's bring your awareness back in this room in the present moment. So, as I'm speaking right now, I'll encourage you all to take your phones out, scan the QR code, join us on the Instagram called from soil to soul.film. Anything that you want to capture from the session, any insights that you want to share with us, please share with us through our Instagram, through our website. Use the hashtag from soil to soul. Cool. I'd like to give a shout out to our founding team. Margaret To, she's based in LA. Ankur Shah, he's based in Alabama. If you guys are joining us on YouTube Live, love you guys. So every creation has a story behind it, and so is mine, of how I got into founding From Soil to Soul. It traces back from soil to soul for me is a very personal journey of channelizing collective grief into collective healing. I belong to a family where my forefathers were farmers, my parents are doctors, and especially the relationships which I shared with my dad is so deep-rooted in kindness and compassion. Every moment that he got, he converted that moment into an opportunity to encourage me, our immediate family, our extended family, his friends, his colleagues, all of us, to learn how to grow your own food. I come from a city of Mumbai, and even in that urban space, he made sure that all of us at least learn to grow our basic food items, our medicinal herbs and plants. And he would extend that generosity to the people in the community. He'll gather all of us young folks every weekend to go in the outskirts of Mumbai and teach us how do we plant the native trees over there? How do we connect with the communities in those areas and bring something together? Over the period of time, we moved from being a father-daughter, we became friends, we became spiritual companions. And it was a shared dream to go back to the native land in India that we belong to and build something together for educating the youth to connect back to the land. It was in 2020 when he started his journey in the spirit world. It is when it hit me really hard. And I embarked on the journey of how can I become that love itself that I shared with my dad? And how I can reflect that outside by being a transformational catalyst. I started doing a lot of leadership activities along with youth, mentoring the youth, doing podcasts, sharing stories around. And it was in 2023 when I moved to Bay Area from Georgia. I was doing a project in the Cuyama Valley in the Santa Barbara area. If you guys know, 90% of the pistachios that are grown in US comes from that valley. And it was there when I realized what's really happening with the local farmers in that valley, what's happening with the industrial agriculture, how the entire valley culture has been disrupted. That's when it hit me. When you talk about food, you're not just talking about food, you're talking about people, planet, culture, environment. You're talking about soil, energy. You're talking about the interconnectedness of every system, policy, government, all included. And that kind of, when I started the concept of from soil to soul, of how can we bring that togetherness back? How can we reestablish our relationship with land, with people, the community around it? So this is our journey so far. In 2021, Margaret started the Urban Farmers Almanac, through which we could share all the resources of what's really happening in your local community. How do you empower people to participate in your local initiatives, whether it is urban gardens, whether it's community gardens, whether it is organizations who are into that space. And in 2023, we met in the Cuyama Valley. And in 2024 is where we launched our first mini episode called Food Justice in LA, along with Patagonia, Pasadena. And let's see a short trailer. Can we play the first video?
Many young kids, and even myself, we probably can name 10 brands off our top of our mind, but we can't name 10 local fruits or vegetables or fungi that grow around our community. And those are one of the simplest ways in which we have become more disconnected with ecological knowledge.
The city of Compton is only about 10 square miles, but in that 10 square miles, this city had the highest obesity rate in the state.
Our current disconnect comes from the fact that most of us live places where we don't see where food is grown. So we have no concept or understanding of how food is grown, where it comes from, why it's important.
The main things that Moonwater Farm provides is healthy green space. So that gets to help folks engage in this conversation around food sovereignty. The community piece comes in by tending land together and then doing those projects together and sitting around the table and eating and talking and laughing. Gotta laugh. break down some resilience through laughter. Oh, yes.
Imani Gardens is really a community project, a food forest, and a social experiment that was started by farmer Imani Diggs. He started in his backyard creating these regenerative food growing systems, and then it expanded out into the neighborhood and down the block until it became an entire community-wide garden.
people in the communities have been doing a lot of work to engage, bring people together, undo some of that trauma, reconnect with land, grow food, and then share it with others and continue sharing these stories and create new stories as well. That's the ways that we're repairing this larger broken system.
So right now in this room, I would love to know how many of you love food? Wow. How many of you know where your food comes from? How many of you like to grow your own food or know how to grow your own food? Thank you. How many of you are connected with your local food systems, the farmers market, community gardens around? That's quite a good number. Thank you. Okay. So why from soil to soul? You know, according to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, 30 to 40% of the food supply, this is as of 2023, 30 to 40% of the food supply goes waste every year, which is around 60 million tons of food we are wasting every year. And at the same time, 47 million people live in the area of food insecurity. Have you guys heard about food desert? Anyone? Good. Have you guys heard about redlining in United States? Couple of them. So these are the spaces where a beer can be cheaper than finding water. Literally, there are millions of people in United States and around the globe who are not having healthy food access. Forget about having choices. They are not even having that around. We have thousands of choices in the grocery store. So imagine that world. And our vision here is to form a reimagined regenerative global movement for food and health systems that are locally adaptable, empowering the local communities to create a global impact. And what are we doing for it? We are providing a roadmap for food sovereignty, rebuild the love and respect for our food and land, and activate leadership for systemic transformation. So when there is awareness, when there is education, when there is collaboration, belonging, and love, when we get all of this five together, that's where the real magic happens. And how we want to do it? Well, we are building an 8-episode docu-series showing the initiatives of BIPOC youth and change makers globally who are pioneering this and championing the initiatives in different aspects of the food systems. And along with that, we are making our docu-series action-oriented so that we can give a pathway to all our viewers to collaborate through that movement, to participate, to show the curiosity, to give them a roadmap to build something out of that and take leadership from wherever you are and the resources you have. We are also collaborating with grassroots organizations, companies, and initiatives who are working in this field so we can do more impact projects on ground and create a structure so that young folks like you and change makers globally get chances to start working on these initiatives ground up. And in today's panel, we'll be talking about the alternative career options as well. These are some of the features export that we have captured the story so far. And you can go to our website and see some of the short reels about them. So what are we looking forward for with all of you? Help us spread a word out. Join us, participate with us. We are having a booth outside. After the session, I encourage all of you to come, stop at the booth. We have some wild Native American seeds, wildflower American seeds to share with all of you. And yeah, share your interests, share your concerns. If you have any ideas or collaborations to do, connect with us and we can go forward from there. We are also the trailer that you show, that you've seen, is of the mini episode that we just launched in September. We are looking forward to screen this episode in most of the colleges and organizations and do workshops around it. We just did one workshop with West LA College and we are expanding from there. And if you would like, this is our QR code for GoFundMe. You can either help us in funding or share a word with the folks that you think could be helpful. Another thing that I'm really grateful about today is my spiritual guide and my mentor, Mr. Kamlesh Patel, lovingly we call him Daji, has been pioneering the initiative of urban rainforest at Kanha Shantivanam in Hyderabad, India. A lot of projects happening around, as you can see in this picture. When the ashram was put in, it was a barren land. From there, within 6 to 8 years, it became a flourishing rainforest at present. There are a lot of initiatives on nurseries, tissue culture, biochar, even making heartful villages and empowering the village community around in India. And as of now, they are also doing forest by heartfulness initiatives where all of us can join and unite. I would encourage you to check on their websites. And Mr. Sriram Raghavendran is the one who is leading this initiative in heartfulness. And as we are speaking, he's right now traveling in Madhya Pradesh, India for the Heartful Villages initiatives. And he has been really kind. Thank you so much, sir, if you are watching this on YouTube Live. Thank you so much for sharing the video recording for all of us here. And he's going to share about the initiatives at Kanha and how young folks like us can participate and take leadership. Can we turn on the video?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sriram Raghavendran, and I live in Kanha Shantivanam in Hyderabad, India. And I'm one of the directors of Heartfulness Institute in India. A few minutes, I just wanted to capture the essence of what Heartfulness Institute has been up to, particularly in the ecology, environment, and sustainability space over the last 8 or 10 years. Some of you may have visited Kanha. And for even those who don't, you can see pictures in terms of what kind of ecological transformation has happened in the last 10 years. 2016 was when the work started. We started with completely barren land, completely red soil. There were barely about 100 or 150 neem trees, only neem trees, okay, in about 1,500 acres of barren land. Water table was about 1,200 feet below ground, and that's when the work started. In a very brief period of about 8 years, today, fast forward to today, I have a completely sustainable campus, okay, where about 1,500 families live there. Water table has risen from about 1,200 feet below ground to about 300, 400 feet below ground in summer. And after the monsoon, it's barely about 80 or 100 feet. Thanks to all the rainwater harvesting structures, the lakes, how we harvest every drop of water that falls as rain within the campus. We are able to develop several capabilities, like, for example, translocation of trees, right? I mean, we've translocated about 1,200 trees, mature trees, some of them which are 100 years old, which were earmarked for cutting. We moved that to Kanha Shantivanam. We have a nursery which is about 150 acres, which has about 5 million saplings, most of them being native and endemic species of India, which is what we use in our afforestation. So we also work on land amendment, soil amendment to improve soil fertility, through an idea called biochar, okay, which permanently improves soil fertility. It's a waste to wealth solution. I'm personally running that initiative. And we're now trying to see in the last year how we can take this to the villages of India and work with farmers so that an ecological and sustainable model is not just an industrial idea, but it needs to be implemented at the grassroots. And Daji's vision is to see how to set up a biochar unit in every village of India. And we're talking about 640,000 villages that are there in India. That's the kind of path-breaking work with Heartfulness Institute is doing, right? And it's all coming from people like us. There are some experts, of course. There are some forest officers, there are people with PhDs in botany and microbiology and agronomy, but those are far and few in between, right? Today, much of this progress is coming from people like us. I've been in IT services, products and services for 25 years, and I worked in the US for 7 years, right? And after 25 years in IT, I moved over and I currently work in the area of agriculture. I work for an agriculture company. Okay, have been doing that for 3 years. And the last year and a half, I've been leading something called a Agriculture Center of Excellence at Kanha Shantivanam, right? And what the Center of Excellence does is you can assume that a lot of knowledge, is already there, Okay, but then this idea, this knowledge, this repository of knowledge is not only for Kana Shantivanam or even for Heartfulness, right? We're developing this bunch of knowledge to see how we can take this and deliver it, okay, to the world outside, to the farmers, to the villages, to agri enterprises, and thereby create a social impact, economic impact, right? And actually make this a better planet, okay, from a sustainable perspective. So that has been our endeavor. If you're going to look at, you're sitting on the other side of the planet, right? I mean, and Janvi, with whom I had a conversation, very interesting conversation a couple of days back. Okay, she was saying, in what way, can people on this side, we have a lot of passion, we have a lot of energy. So what is it that us sitting here, how can we contribute to this movement, right? To this green movement? So that was the bigger question, right? Some top of the mind thoughts from my side, right? Okay, one is, today, Kana Shantivanam and Heartfulness Institute, has developed the credibility. A Heartfulness Institute in India as already being having a repository of knowledge, right? A fairly deep repository of knowledge, and you can look at us as experts and consultants, right? So that is one way to look at it, right? Then there are two ways to do it. One is like the biochar, like Forest by Heartfulness, which we are looking at. How do we scale it? How do we take it to India at scale? So let's say, we're running about 200 odd social initiatives today, right? Many of them, would only be applicable to India, right? It is not something that's applicable in the West. So those ideas we can identify, okay, and see in terms of how to scale to India. Now, there could be 20 or 30 ideas, which you could take and replicate in the West as well. So those ideas we can identify, and you can look at hey, is this an idea that some of you can come here for 2 months or 3 months, do an internship or participate, volunteer, learn, and then see in terms of how to go and set up ecological or sustainability companies, okay, in the West, which can replicate these ideas. There could be a third angle in which, you guys can also work with us and help us, right? And it could be in a partnership, it could be as a volunteer. I just want to show, where I am today, because it's very much part of the kind of work that we're doing here, right? You can see with me, this is a village, okay, in Madhya Pradesh, about 3-4 hours from Indore. Okay, it's in a village, okay, called district called Badwa, and it's a very small village. There's nothing here, but what we are looking at is working with about 2,000 farmers. We have a volunteer who's an Abhyasi, but he's also somebody who works deeply with the farmers. We're looking to work with 2,000 farmers to collect their waste, farm waste, bring them here and set up a biochar unit. Okay, very low tech biochar unit, right? But biochar, you can look it up, right? It's a fantastic substance, right? Which can permanently improve soil fertility. It reverses climate change. It also improves farmer yield, farmer income, and it can also be a rural entrepreneurship model, which also, okay, takes care of how to cultivate with lower volumes of water. So we're planning to set up a unit here, okay, and start up a business in some sense. And we started with about 5 or 6 last year. We're planning to set about 20 this year, and perhaps in a couple of years, set up 100 plus plants, right? Carbon credits are involved, the very high value carbon credits. So it's pretty interesting, right? So this is a kind of work that the team in India, many of us are working on. I can assure you, like many of you who get into startups, we have absolutely no idea about agriculture, right? But what we lack in terms of knowledge, in terms of experience, we make up in terms of passion and perseverance, right? So thank you, folks. Thank you, Janvi, for reaching out. It's my real pleasure to be sharing these few words. I hope that some of you will come up with ideas and contribute to this and participate in the process, right? We can look at any model, whether it's commercial, partnership, volunteer. It does not matter, passion, right? I mean, we can partner in every way possible. Thank you very much. Have a great seminar. Okay, have a good day. Bye-bye.
Now's the time. With a very warm applause and a loud applause, let's welcome our panelist for today, Megan Chen, who is the founder of the Urban Garden Initiative. And Nagashri Manvatkar, who is the founder of Gaia Force. Thank you so much for joining us today. And before we start, I'll love for both of you to, share your brief journey and what inspired you to start your startups.
Hello. Yeah, I'll go for you. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Janvi, for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all. My name is Nagashri. I was born and raised in Pune, India, and from a very early age, my parents taught me to, be close to nature and, think about a vision about protecting our planet and leaving it sustainable for many generations to come. This inspired me to pursue a career in architecture. I did a bachelor's and master's in architecture focused on building science and sustainable urban architecture. I practiced as an architect doing green buildings here in San Francisco for over a decade, and felt that just greenwashing our buildings and doing minimalistic green design was not enough for me. I wanted to drive more impact and learn ideas of how to sell these sustainable vision and ROI of them to developers. I pursued an MBA and pivoted to renewable energy and storage. Was with Tesla for 5.5 years in their business and operations in the energy division, and found it hugely fulfilling. But at the same time, I felt like I was still not driving enough impact. And with a lot of soul searching, I left Tesla a year ago and founded my company, Gaia Force, that's focused on upskilling young professionals to land climate jobs. And the main aim is to educate young folks on understanding what are the different fields that are out there that they can join and help us kind of get on to this movement and help protect our planet and keep it sustainable. So that's my vision on Gaia Force.
Megan, can you hear about it?
Great to meet all of you guys, and thank you guys all for being here. Thank you, John V, and the From Soil to Soul team. My name is Megan. I do a lot of different things, I think, in the realm of the climate space. So I'll try to keep this part short a little bit and dive into some of the other parts through some of the other questions later. But I'm a current senior at Stanford University, studying urban studies and architectural design with a focus on sustainability. And I also am doing my master's there in environmental studies. So have always been really interested in that intersection point between urban studies, design, and earth systems. But 5 years ago, I guess now at this point, I founded an organization called the Urban Garden Initiative. To date, we have over 60 chapters around the world. We've been able to work with thousands of young people, and we really work in that intersection of climate education, tying young people to what they can do around food and climate and how they can really make impactful change in their communities. But it started as a really, really local process for myself. I grew up right outside of Wilmington, Delaware, a really small city, not too far from like Philly, New York, DC, etc. But that was a very major food desert that was described earlier in the presentation. And so there was really only like fast food in the area. And I started volunteering at some of the urban gardens in my city, learning a lot more about the challenges that existed and the lack of solutions that were kind of there. Like there were these incredible urban gardening spaces, but there was not a lot of young people that were involved in them whatsoever. So I started working at them, started working at different schools, just trying to get local students involved with the amazing spaces that already existed and teaching them about, these problems are happening in our community and how we can kind of create grassroots change around that. And then from there, we've been able to scale, like I said, to over 60 chapters and growing at this point, from Zimbabwe to Kenya to Philippines, and many more countries as well. And so really excited about kind of how we can leverage this youth movement of a lot of passion and excitement to continue doing a lot of this really important work.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. These are really very inspiring journeys to know from how everything kind of connected the dots and came into place. So Megan, you mentioned about Tugi, right? If I can say. So you started local and now expanding up to 60 different countries. That's huge. So I would really want to love to know what are the kind of challenges you faced by building it, and how do you craft your pathways around it?
Yeah, amazing question. So a couple of different things I guess I can say about this. I think first off, right, like we never went into it intentionally with scale in mind. Like we started off as a really grassroots solution. And I think when you're doing a lot of this work, especially surrounding like urban agriculture and what local regenerative agriculture looks like, you really have to think about the super local scale. There's not necessarily one solution that you can implement in every single city and community and it be led the exact same way. So after kind of creating this model that we were using in Wilmington, Delaware, when we began to scale up these chapters in other cities, a really key tenet to all of the work that we were doing always was how can we make sure that youth are at the forefront of leading a lot of these initiatives and they know their communities best. So we're not going to go in and necessarily pretend that like, you know, we knew their community better than they did. And so they created kind of their own chapter system and their own leadership models for each of these chapters that existed. And that's how we were able to grow really sustainably across all of these different cities because we really kept it at the local level of youth that knew their community and wanted to make really impactful change. So that, I think that's one facet of it. I think the second side of a challenge that we've encountered, right, is that urban gardening looks really, really different community to community. There's a lot of bureaucracy in local city systems. A big, I guess, area that we often think about is that, you know, sometimes there actually are a lot of urban gardens that already exist in communities, but there are not necessarily sustainability models to keep those gardens going. And so after an initial group comes in, starts a garden, you know, maybe after a few years of really exciting work, the garden kind of gets left behind and it's just there. So a lot of our work also centers around how can we renovate a lot of these spaces, how can we bring new energy into them, and how can we create this kind of sustainable youth model of maintaining a lot of these garden spaces. But oftentimes, you know, you're working in brownfields, which are lands that have been degraded with chemicals and pollutants and all of these things, and thinking about how we can actually turn that back into usable space, I think is a really challenging question that sometimes like we are still thinking about. But you know, we've, I think, been able to create different models and systems for how we're able to transform a lot of these spaces into really new urban gardens.
Thank you so much. And I would like to know if the folks present here, if they want to, you know, collaborate with you or participate in Tugi, how do they do that? Like, where do they start from?
Totally. So we're actually reopening up our chapter application really soon. So if you take a look at our website, it's just theurbangardeninitiative.com. We have areas on there where you can sign up to volunteer if there is a chapter near you. If this is work that like really, really excites you and you would like to start a chapter, we also have that available. But we're always looking to get people involved in whatever interests you might have that intersects with this space. So if you are a designer and you like social media work, we have that kind of avenue as well. You know, we're always looking for people who are involved with finance and grant writing to help us with that, and really just build a really large community of people who, you know, want to give back to their communities, do a lot of this work kind of where they're at, and like how we can get them involved and just create a movement of people around this.
Thank you. Nagarshri, I would love to know, like, through your entire journey, you took some different kind of risk and, you know, crafted your journey into different industries, different sector connected to sustainability, but still like from architecture to working with corporates to now starting your own organization. I would ask you to share some suggestions of, there are a lot of young folks here in the audience, right? How many of you are still studying or looking for different career options? And also people who are in the industry, like if they want to craft their journey into the sustainable space, any suggestion that you will have for them? Because especially after the current election and all the changes that are happening, people working in the climate have a lot of uncertainty at this point. So how do they look for starting their journey, or there are certain things that they should be careful about, or any certifications or things that you can suggest that would help them in that space?
Yeah, wow. This is my passion project, speaking to youth about encouraging them to get into climate space. So to all you folks who don't know about working in climate, and I actually want to take this moment and redefine that it's not just climate. If you look at the word that truly means and embodies what we should be working on is environmental sustainability, is the entire ecosystem that we should focus on. Climate is one aspect of it. But for all purposes, you know, interchangeably, I will talk about green, I will talk about climate, clean tech. All of these are like, just for all purposes, think that they are interchangeable. So my first urge to, or the way I put the vision of getting into environmental sustainability is that the world is your oyster, meaning that no matter what your major is, what you're studying, and where you want to head, you're able to incorporate and you're able to make that field sustainable in your ways. And, you know, I'll give you an example. Like a ton of you folks here in the Bay Area are techies. You're in software, you're in hardware. I'll give you an example. My husband works for a large corporation that manufactures chips and that go into clouds. And what they're focusing on is to make them more efficient so that they consume less energy and they are working faster, not only for making more money, but also saving the environment. And this chip, in a larger perspective, goes into a data center, which of course is a big, you know, consumer of energy. And focusing on sustainability of data center itself is a field. So this, I'm giving you a small perspective of what it means to be in a field. So, but if you want to work in a field where there is a ton of money, meaning there's already VC funding, there's funding from the government, the top sectors to work are renewable energy and storage, meaning battery technologies, electric vehicle and charging. Building industry is a big one where energy efficiency is a big thing. And of course, agriculture, you know, sustainable agriculture practices and manufacturing are some of the largest sectors. And even within each of this, everything from warehousing to manufacturing to front-end operations, sales and marketing, every field that you enter, you could have a sustainable vision for the company and for the future. So that's one thing. And then I think, Janvi, you asked, like, in navigating your career, what are some of the challenges? So I would say I'm personally the kind of person, when some thought occurs in my head that, hey, I want to work on this, I do not think of, you know, what obstacles are coming. I'm also methodical about how I go about it. So when I chose architecture, the main reason for choosing it was I was very artistic from the very beginning, and my whole family, as an Indian family, are all focused on engineering and being doctors. And I was like, how should I channel my artistic nature and science together? And that's where I thought of architecture. And so it wasn't a challenge for me. It was a major choice. And, you know, the hard work, of course, it goes without saying that it goes. I take it as a no-brainer, but my passion is something that kind of forces or is the one that's channeling. Definitely after a decade of doing architecture and wanting to pivot, I did explore the option of talking to many individuals, and I encourage you guys, when you think about exploring a career, is talk to other people that you aspire to and ask them how they have done it. I always encourage people to reach out through LinkedIn or any of the networks and talk to them. I know the number of people who respond back is very low, but being persistent and talking to people to understand what they have done and what skill sets you need in order to be successful, I highly encourage. So I did that myself. I spoke to a ton of people before I did an MBA. And when I did an MBA and pivoted, I also spoke to a lot of people to understand what it takes to get there. And personally, my biggest champion to get into Tesla is such a competitive company was my passion. I will not lie. My combination, and I'm not boasting, I'm saying that that is the one thing, your passion for sustainability is going to be the one that will take you on the long haul. And of course, learning the skill sets that are necessary in order to sell yourself, like big on analytics for all the generations now. Any decision making that has to be made should come from an analytic perspective. You should be able to provide data driven information to everybody to make that. And of course, the idea of how to communicate to people, how to bring that passion out to the person in front of you to sell the idea. I believe like all of those skill sets are necessary in order to navigate, this career change. And I'm happy to take questions if you guys have any specific about the industries.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. Before we head to the questions, I have one question for Megan. This morning also on the booth, we were having a lot of discussions, and overall as well, there's this thing, right? Like when we talk about redlining, when we talk about communities that are already facing a lot of challenges, especially monetary challenges, food is not their first priority to think about, or growing their own food or urban garden and such around. So Megan, I would love to know from you, is there any success stories that you like to share, or any impact that you saw directly from your initiative that really touched your heart? And we can also learn a lot from there. Like, is this just an assumption in our head? I'm pretty sure it's just an assumption in a lot of people's head that, okay, food comes last in terms of priorities, but we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, really great question. I guess I'll start off by saying, like, I think with everything that has happened this past week, like this is the most forefront kind of thought that I'm having right now about the future of climate work. Like we see in so many ways how we're with a government that doesn't value a lot of this work, but at the same time, like the work itself and the problems itself continue going. So I think just thinking about how we're really ensuring that we're getting everybody involved in this movement. And of course, being here in the Bay Area centered around a lot of conversations on climate already, like such as this kind of beautiful conference that's happening. We're all a lot of people that are really already sustainability and climate oriented and minded. So I think when you're doing a lot of this work and you're going back to however you're kind of intersecting sustainability into your work, it's a really critical lens to think about, like, who am I bringing along with this journey? And am I actually working with community to do a lot of this work? I think is one of my like really core tenets to all the climate kind of stuff that I do. But more specifically, so climate success stories, I think one thing that is like always motivated all of this work is that I love working with other young people. I love seeing them get excited about doing this, and like especially communities in which like this was really not given as an opportunity before. So like I said, the city that I grew up in, like there was no climate education when you were in elementary school or middle school. Did not learn about gardening, did not learn about how to grow your own food. It really wasn't until like high school or college, if you had your own interest in it, then you could go into this space. But there really wasn't a lot of mentorship in this to start. And so when we went in and, we have a completely free program where we're going to bring gardening directly into the classrooms. We're working with anywhere from like a 7-year-old to like a 10-year-old just entering middle school, and seeing them get excited about being like, wow, this like little thing that I'm growing is going to turn into a tomato that I'm going to be eating, and like starting to put those levers of, wow, this is how my food systems actually works. A funny story I like to tell is like, sometimes we go into these workshops and originally they're like, oh, I thought like the tomato is just like from the grocery store. Like I never thought about that it actually comes from a plant that maybe comes from thousands of miles away, and the amount of carbon that's in that entire process. And so when we start to bring that container garden directly into the classroom and they see that, wow, this is now the connection of how this turns into the things that I'm eating, it creates like a completely different change. And now that our program has been running for a while, it's really exciting also to see the ways that the students that maybe we taught when they were first entering middle school, the way they've started going on to like climate pathways in high school, and even when they're going to college, choosing environmental studies or kind of other pathways to tie sustainability into that work. And maybe, you know, Tugi had an influence, maybe there was other things that had an influence, but it's really cool to see how, if you really start early, how many young people do care about these things and really want to get excited and involved in a lot of this work.
Thank you for especially pointing that out. Like a lot of us go to the grocery stores and bring up produce. We hardly even know what the native and local food of the place we are in. Like Bay Area and California in general is so huge on the corn and maize. If we ask people, have you seen the native colorful corn, like tricolor or even 5-colored corn, they wouldn't have even seen it. Forget about knowing it. So yeah, thank you for sharing. It's so important to know the local food and how can you even grow that. So let's open up for our audience to share any questions they have. We'll have space for 1 or 2 questions. If anyone wants to ask any questions, please raise your hand. Yeah. Can we give her a mic? And they have.
Chapters across different localities. How have you, there we go, how have you kept the spirit or essence of your startup and made sure that they remain active and they're growing and they stay updated? Because you mentioned staying updated and making sure that we're active and growing in all of these chapters. How do you keep that spirit or essence?
Megan, yes.
Yeah.
Amazing question. And I think I have an answer that comes to top of mind first, and then I'll give like more of a strategy answer as well. But I guess first off is like, especially as a youth founder, it's not an easy space. And I think when you start a lot of these things, and there will be a lot of different people that tell you different parts of how easy it is to get into certain of these spaces, but a lot of times you're like totally learning as you're doing. So like, we'll totally admit that like when we first started creating this model, we did not think we were going to grow to the kind of number of chapters that we did, or, you know, certain other opportunities coming about. And so it had to be kind of a very like iterative process in and of itself. And I will say that like sometimes it's okay, like if you're working on building out something, to like take a step back and like give yourself a break and let yourself think about, you know, if I take a step back, am I really implementing the strategies and the mission from like when I started? And sometimes that's like, as a founder, a really, really critical question that you have to ask yourself, because there's so many other voices and noises that you'll hear in the space that you're like, do I feel diluted in the work that I'm doing? Like maybe sometimes I do. And so I think when we started feeling like that, we scaled back a little bit, we rethought about our strategy, and we were like, what are the core 3 things that were the tenets of why we created this organization to begin with? And then from there, that's really the core message that we try to get across to all of the different chapters. And they take that for themselves. Like they will, you know, create kind of their own gardens and sometimes their own curriculum models and certain projects that are very local to certain areas. But as long as they're kind of taking into account the main kind of messaging and what we're really doing at Tugi, like that is the core essence of why it's important.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing all the advices and, you know, especially sharing how all of us can, you know, move ahead with it. I know the time is up. There's just one message from Daji that I wanted to share, if we still have time. It's a very short video. So we learned a lot today. We shared a lot today on how can we build our communities, how can we empower the local systems and go global. But at the same time, there's so much that we can do for ourselves in our lives. How can we extend that love within and then reflect it outside, right? How can we experiment things around it, and how can we experiment expanding the belonging to everyone. And it starts at home. It starts from our personal life. There's a short message that Daji has shared, and I would love to, it's there on YouTube as well. I'd love to share it with you guys and leave you with this thought that try it out and see if that works with you. Share it with us.
When we meditate and when we follow such intuitions arising from Bhumata in our hearts, the yield also increases manifold.
Joining us, and do step out at the booth with us and collect the seats. That's the kind of a gratitude we want to share with all of you. And yeah, come interact with us at the booth. We are also open to do some video bites to share the takeaways from you all, and share your contact details with us so that we can, share more resources with you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Nagashri.
We'll also stay back if anyone has any personal
Yes,
questions.
yes.
we'll
Please
stay
come
back.
outside the booth and we can continue there. Yeah.
We'll take a quick break until 3:55, where we'll have Miss Brandy Harvey give a keynote on the art of deep listening. See y'all in 10 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you're feeling recharged and inspired after diving into a mix of movement, activities, and panels.
It's now time to turn up the energy as we welcome Ms. Brandy Harvey for her keynote, The Art of Deep Listening. As a visionary founder of Beyond Her, Brandy is dedicated to empowering women of color through wellness and personal growth. A former teacher, trainer, and best-selling author, her impact spans books like Go Beyond Her Guide and the highly anticipated Breakthrough Sold Separately. Brandy's powerful insights have resonated at institutions like the Harvard Business School and even at the White House. With an influence that reaches thousands through her Beyond Her newsletters, Brandy is recognized for her inspiring contributions to health and wellness. Let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Brandy Harvey.
You're a genius.
Thank you. You heard it first.
This is incredible. You're good at it.
Thank you.
You're really good.
That's good. You did your research.
You have 100% recall.
And you did your homework.
You are an absolute genius.
You see me. Come on, girl.
I see you. I feel like you know me better than I know me. You're like, dang.
That's another great question.
I kind of got some in the bag, so
Yeah.
you killing it. And
You're
so
prepared.
very.
You, man, you're special.
I think that was the best introduction I've ever had.
That was good. Thank you.
Oh wow. You better come on, intro.
Girl, you done surprised me. I didn't know what you was doing. I can't be more proud of you.
You take your craft serious.
I do.
I'm gonna step my game up now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only my daughter, Brandy Harvey.
What's up? How y'all doing? Oh, well, y'all can do better than that now. How y'all doing? Well, my name is Brandy Harvey. I gave you just a little snippet of what I do for a living. I listen for a living. Now, recently, I did a TED Talk, and I said, listening is my superpower. But I really believe that listening, instead of it just being my superpower, that it has really been my key to success. And so when you see those people who have done my show, visionary leaders, faith leaders, teachers, thought leaders, actors, they always say the same thing when they come and sit in my seat. Man, you did your homework. And I think that so many young people think that someday you're going to get out of doing homework. And I'm here to tell you that the homework doesn't stop. Each week when I sit in that seat at Vault Empowers Talks, I have to turn on my listening skills. And I got to admit, I was not always a good listener. I know it's some talkaholics in the room because I'm a recovering talkaholic, you know, real good at talking and not really good at listening. But in 2017, I got thrust into becoming a better listener when I got fired from my job. Now, I promise you nothing is going to make you perk up and listen more is when them people tell you not to show up to that job. Now, I got to tell y'all, when this happened, it was 3 days after I turned 35 years old. So it's August 23rd, 2017. I get the email that I don't need to show up to work anymore, right? And I got to tell y'all, I thought I went through a midlife crisis. I was 35 years old. It was 3 days after my birthday. Like, seriously? Happy birthday? Like, this is how we're doing this? But what it did was it sent me into doing something that I had never done before. Now, I don't know if y'all got friends in your life that you call when things go wrong. Well, I always call a Black woman when things go wrong. Because, you know, Black women, we just got a way of getting you together, right? And so I called my friend after I got fired, y'all, and I said, girl, I got fired. She said, Brandy, girl, you were not fired. You were released into your destiny. And so I got released into my destiny, y'all, and I didn't even know it. It took a woman on the phone to tell me that I got released into my destiny. But here's what happened when I got released into my destiny. I had to do something I had never done before. And how many know that in order to get something you've never had, you got to be willing to do something you've never done before? Okay, not a few because y'all still young. I see y'all still live at home. Got it. I already know. I know. Okay. And so I went on a silent meditation retreat in Boone, North Carolina, a few months after I got released into my destiny. And I go to the mountains of Boone, North Carolina, and somehow, while I was on that mountain, I found my superpower. Now, each week, when I get in that chair and I turn on that microphone, I activate my superpower. And I knew I got it because for the first time when I was on that mountain, well, I had to face myself. See, it's something that happens when you got to go get quiet. It's something happens when you tune out all the distractions, when you remove all the outside voices, and you have to face yourself in the mirror or on the mountain. And so I had to face myself. And for the first time, I got reacquainted with the sound of my own voice, the sound of its pitch, its power, its cadence. And now I realized that listening is my superpower. Something magical happens when I listen deeply to people. They tell me things that they've never told other people. They share with me things that they've never told anyone else. I somehow get the exclusive every single week. And it's really because I have a genuine curiosity when I sit down and turn on that microphone. I'm giving you a masterclass in empathy. I'm giving you a masterclass in compassion. I'm giving you a masterclass in what it looks like when we remove all the distractions, we let our ego, we leave it at the door, and we allow people to reveal who they really are. See, most people are afraid to actually hear who people really are. We're afraid of the story that's been caught in their throat, that we never give them the opportunity to get it out. And so on Vault Empowers Talks each Thursday at 10 a.m. when a new episode drops, well, I get people to reveal who they really are. And one of my most memorable episodes has been one of my super friends, Dr. Sherry Riley. Now, the thing that made Sherry's interviews so amazing to me is the fact that Sherry and I have been friends for over 15 years. Now, we didn't share some laughs, we didn't share some tears, we didn't been under the hair dryer at the hair salon, we didn't been on a couple prayer calls. We have known each other over 15 years. But there was something magical that happened when Sherry came and sat in my seat. She talked about her successes, her failures, the moment she's had to pivot. She talked about how God told her not to work with Usher. Listen, that was the thumbnail for the YouTube, just so you know, when you go look it up. Okay, you see that? Shameless plug. And so she talked about all these different things, but here's what stuck out about Dr. Sherry Riley's interview. And this was the line that has like carried me for the last 6-8 months since we did that show. She said, Brandy, along my journey, there were so many moments that I wasn't humble, I was hiding. I'm going to say it a little louder for the people in the cheap seats. She said, I wasn't humble, I was hiding. How many people can look back over their life and see all the moments that they really weren't being humble? They were just hiding who they really were. They were hiding their light, hiding their power, hiding their voice, hiding the gift that makes them special, the reason why they've been called to leave their mark on the world. And I knew what that feeling of hiding felt like. Because in 2017, when I got released into my destiny, and I went and sat on that mountain, well, I realized that I had been hiding. I had been hiding for so long because I was so afraid of people really knowing who I really was, how I really, isn't it funny? I was just having this conversation in the car and telling somebody who 28 years old, oh Lord, 28. 28. I love 28. I've been loving listening to y'all, these 24-year-old perspectives and worldviews. It's been great. Okay. I've loved every moment. I've been sitting there like, oh God, that's so good. Life has not whooped your ass yet. That's so wonderful. I'm so glad for you. I love that for you. Life has not whooped your behind yet. I love that for you. But here's the thing. You're going to have to get your behind whooped a few times in this thing called life. And some of y'all don't think that it's coming, but I'm telling you, it's coming quicker than you realize, okay? But I know what it's like to hide my power. And we think that we have all of this stuff, we know all this stuff, but until you experience some stuff for yourself, baby, life get to life and it will show you exactly who you are and what you are made of. And so I knew what hiding felt like. But here's what I do know. In Mary Rose O'Reilly's book, she has a book called Radical Presence. She said that most people are dying in spirit for lack of deep listening. She said that most people, we only listen in our culture to counter, to argue, to critique, to mark the other person that's seated across from us. We are listening only to assail the other person, to persuade them, to petition them, to seduce, to scheme along the way. Most people are not really listening to understand the person that's seated across from them. And I got to tell you, it's been a real journey for me to understand, right? Over this last year, I've been deeply listening to my 87-year-old grandmother. Now, I don't know how many of y'all have grandmothers out here. Everybody, there we go. Somebody raise their hand. I know that's right. Participation, it goes a long way. And so I've been listening deeply to my 87-year-old grandmother. And the things that I've learned about my grandmother over the last year, I've learned so much about her life, right? I've learned about how she met my grandfather. And she met my grandfather when she was working for the school board in Louisville, Kentucky. And I learned how she moved my mother and my uncle to Cleveland, Ohio, because she met my grandfather. I learned about all the trips that she's taken with her friends over the years who are no longer here to make those memories with her. I've learned about bus trips to New York, and I've learned about Caribbean cruises around Cozumel. I mean, really, my grandmother was lit, y'all. She was like the OG city girl. You know what I'm saying? She was lit. She was doing limo rides. She was getting flued out. It was a whole thing. But the thing about my grandmother, what I also learned, is I learned why she never took pictures while she was pregnant. She said that she was so fearful of becoming a mother that she didn't feel the need to document the experience. I believe we can transform our relationships if we begin to listen deeply to one another. Now, recently, I just dropped an interview on Thursday with a man named Billy Carson. Now, I have to admit, my audience is very much a faith-based audience, Christian faith-based audience. And so most of the people that I have on my show are Christians. They are pastors, they are faith leaders, they are actors, performers, all the things, they're gospel artists. And the thing that happens when they come on my show is that I get an opportunity to listen very deeply to them. But on Thursday, I dropped an interview with a guy named Billy Carson. And Billy Carson talks about extraterrestrial life and extraterrestrial life forms. So already, you know, folks is like, oh, get him out of here. I know you did not say Jesus was alien, okay? So he talks about so many things that get you to stretch your mind, to dive a little deeper, to think about why you believe what you believe, to challenge your beliefs. And I knew that when I brought him onto my platform that this was going to be a thing, right? But it's been up for 2 days and it's almost, I think it's about 130,000 views on that video and over like 1,000 some comments. I think my job was done, right? I wanted people to challenge themselves, that gets them to think, that gets them to dive deeper. But how do we get people to dive deeper? We actually have to be curious about the other person. What happens when I sit in that seat is that I get an opportunity to put my ego out the door. And when I put my ego out the door, I allow myself to be genuinely curious of the person who is sitting across from me. I turn off all what I believe, all my opinions, all my counter arguments, all my rebuttals. I leave them at the door. And I allow myself to have a deep conversation with somebody who may not believe what I believe. Now, you know how many times I sit in that seat and I'm sitting there like, okay, really? That's where we're going today? Awesome. Love that. And I lean in. There is something magical that happens when we lean in and listen to another person. But in order to lean in and listen to the other person, that means you got to let go of who you are. And how many people are afraid to let go of who they really are and learn from somebody else? I think that's the thing that separates me in the podcast space. What separates me is that I actually listen to the person that's in the crowd. Don't y'all hate when y'all get on a podcast and the podcast host do more talking than the person that's interviewed on the show? You like, would you shut up and let them talk, girl? Right? I allow my guests to talk. I allow them, and people say it all the time. So it's not like something I'm just making up, right? We have to allow ourselves to listen deeply to another person. But how do we do that? Number one, well, you got to get quiet. And I had to go to the mountains to activate my superpower. You don't have to go to the mountains. You can come to Fremont, California, and you too can activate your superpower. You see that? You too can activate. And so I went to the mountains to be reacquainted with the sound of my own voice. But you don't have to do that. You can find ways all throughout the day to remove the distractions and allow yourself to get quiet enough to hear the sound of your own voice. See, it's something when we get reacquainted with the sound of our own voice that makes it easier to hear someone else's voice. Number one, we get quiet. The second thing, number two, well, we get curious. Curiosity has got to drive all of our conversations. Like when I talk to people that I meet, I am genuinely curious about who they are. People ask me all the time, like, girl, do you work for the FBI? And I'll be like, no, I don't. I just really like to ask questions. But that's how some of y'all missing in y'all dating life because y'all not asking no questions. Boop, got them. Oh, didn't think I was coming like that. Sure am. Because y'all a tough crowd, I see. Whew, I can't lean on my black jokes, okay? All right. Can't lean on those. So we got to get curious about when we are talking to people. We got to have a genuine curiosity, asking open-ended questions, sparking that curiosity in our conversations. See, there's something magical that happened with Sherry Riley. 15 years of friendship, and I'm still able to learn something new about her. Knowing my grandmother my entire life, but knowing I really didn't know my grandmother until I started to listen deeply to my grandmother. There's something powerful, there's something magical that happens when we get curious about the other person. There are people who probably when I walked into this room yesterday and I had on that leather jacket and them shades, y'all was probably like, who is she? Where did she come from? But not many people were curious enough to actually come up and ask me. We fear the things we do not know. We are afraid to walk up to somebody to spark conversation. We're afraid to let our guard down to actually get an opportunity to learn about someone and learn something new. Number one, we get quiet. Number two, we get curious. Number three, well, we get connected. Well, how do we get connected? We have deep, meaningful conversations with each other. And that connection is good for our mental health. The research shows it's good for your mental health, but it also elongates your life. When we have deep, meaningful connections with other people, it elongates our life. It raises our cardiovascular life. And so the research shows that it's not just good for your soul, it is really good for your health to listen. But how many people will walk out of this room and say, girl, I ain't listening to nobody. I'm about to do what I want to do. It'll be some of y'all. Some of y'all about to get on the jack as soon as y'all leave. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are about to get on the phone and start doing this as soon as you leave. But what could happen over this last fourth quarter of the year? What could happen as you walk into 2025 if you began to listen deeply to other people? If you put yourselves in uncomfortable situations with people who make you uncomfortable. Billy Carson made my audience very uncomfortable, and that's what I wanted. Because you know what's going to spark out of that uncomfortability? You know what's going to spark when these people get uncomfortable? Engagement. Comments going crazy. You know why? Because everybody has something to say about something they do not agree with. But if I'm willing to have the hard conversations just by listening to another person, I get to spark an awareness throughout my community. It says, well, maybe I should challenge something else I believe. Maybe I'm willing to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't know what heartfulness is, to get them to switch their mind about what does mindfulness, what does meditation look like in your life? Number one, we get quiet. Number two, we get curious. Number three, we get connected. Those are the three things that I know if you implement those in your life, you will see some significant changes. But what I also know is that I want to tell you my favorite book, right? And I use this in a lot of my speaking engagements. One of my favorite books is Discover the Power Within You by Eric Butterworth. And I love that book because one of my recent guests on my show was Dr. Dennis Kimbrough. And when I was 26 years old, we went out to lunch. He's a professor of business at Clark Atlanta University. He wrote the book, Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice. He was commissioned to write the book by Napoleon Hill. And we went out to lunch and he said, Brandy, do you know what book changed Oprah's life? Do you know what book changed Susan Taylor's life? And I'm like, no, I'm waiting with bated breath. Tell me. And he said, Discover the Power Within You by Eric Butterworth. He said, religion tells you to look up, spirituality tells you to look within. And on that day, at 26 years old, something magical happened. And I run to Barnes and Nobles and I go get this book. And I read the preface of this book and I'll leave it with you. It said, Brahma, the chief god, he called the council of gods together because the gods had began to abuse their power. And so the gods had begun to abuse their power. And I'm sure some of you know this story. And he said, we got to find a way to hide their power where they'll never seek to find it. And so one of the gods said, we will hide it in the deepest part of the earth. And Brahma thought long and hard. He said, no, for surely they'll learn how to dig to the deepest parts of the earth to find their power. Another god said, we will put it on the highest mountain. And once again, Brahma said, no, for surely they'll learn how to climb to the highest mountain to find their power. Another god said, we will put it in the deepest part of the ocean. And once again, Brahma said, no, for surely they will learn how to dive to the deepest parts of the ocean to find their power. And Brahma thought long and hard. He said, I know where to hide it, where they will never seek to look. We will hide it deep within them because surely they will never seek to look within themselves. And since the beginning of time, humans have been digging and diving and climbing, trying to find the very thing that is already within you. There is something magical that happens when we listen. There's something magical that happens when we listen to ourselves first, though. You know innately who you are. You know the purpose that you have been placed on this planet to fulfill. And it's your job to listen deeply to that voice so you can go and be who God has called you to be. But most of us will not listen to ourselves. We will rather listen to the people outside. We'll rather turn on TikTok and see what they got to say. And we got to turn on Instagram and let me see what they're saying today. Let me go on YouTube to find something that they are saying. All avoiding the fact that at some point you're going to have to listen to yourself. You are going to have to listen to the voice that is guiding you at this very season of your life. No matter what age and stage you are, I'm here to tell you that life is going to whoop your behind at some point. Get the boxing gloves out and get ready just to fight back a little bit. Life is going to life. But if you're willing to tap into that voice that you have inside of you, if you are willing to know that there is a power within you that the world really needs, well, then that's where the magic is. But most of us don't want to fall into that magic because it forces us to look at ourselves and face who we really are, what we deeply desire, and who we know we have been called to be in the world. I'm a 42-year-old woman, right? At 42 years old. And I'm sitting here listening to young people, and I love y'all so much, right? Because the 24-year-old me, I see it. I see it. I see it. I see the assuredness. I see I know what I know to be true. And don't tell me nothing else, because I know what I know. I see it. It's written all over your face. But here's what I know. There are going to be many iterations of you on this journey. Listen along the way. The signs are always there. So many of the signs we just choose to ignore. I am not the woman that I was at 24, 25 years old. Thank you, God. Oh, Jesus. It was a knuck if you buck girl up in there, okay? She was knucking and bucking and ready to fight. It was not no meditation going on, okay? She was playing T.I., okay? And But I have to tell you this as young people, because you get so distracted by the outside voices. And people look at me and they say, well, Brandy, you're an author, you're a podcast host, you sit down with all these famous people, these influential people. It could not have happened for me in my 20s. I wasn't ready. It could not have happened to me in my 30s. I wasn't ready. I needed to be fired. I needed to let go of a relationship. I needed to get my behind kicked. I needed to go out here and see that everybody is not going to give you a yes. You are going to have to encounter a no, or multiple no's, or hundreds of no's. You are going to have to experience some things, but along the way, what I do know to be true is that every time I have listened to myself, I've won. Every time I've shown up as myself, not some fiction version, not some who I think they need me to be, who they want me to be, when I have shown up as my authentic self, I have won every single time. And so I know that there is a power inside of you. There is a deep power inside of you, but you got to be willing to listen to it. Do I have questions? Any questions? Listen, no. We ain't doing all that today. We're going to ask some questions, because I feel like in being here in this space, and this is not how I typically do a talk. I want y'all to know this. This is not how I typically do a talk. But because I'm in here with all you young people who I know got the world that y'all about to go save and change out here, I feel like there's some real nuggets that y'all need. And half y'all not going to listen to y'all parents. So y'all can listen to another 40-something-year-old person, okay? Listen, because y'all not gonna listen to your parents. That's the thing. I was just listening in the car. They was like, my kids don't listen to me. Yes, ma'am. Who's the first question?
Hi.
Yes.
You've talked a lot about how we can listen to others and benefit from those experiences. How do we combat situations when others in front of us aren't listening deeply to us and we're not being heard?
When others aren't listening to you and you're not being heard, deepest human need is to feel seen, heard, and loved. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? I think you have to remove yourself from people who don't see and hear you. I mean, and I know that's sometimes hard, but I think sometimes we want to force ourselves to be around people that don't serve us and don't love us. We want to continue to push to be in spaces where we are only tolerated and not celebrated. We want to be in spaces where we know that these people make us feel depleted every time we're around them. Every time around them, you be like, God, why I feel like my energy drained? Why do I feel like, I never feel like myself around them? That's the cue for you to now go fight. 8 billion people in the planet, and you're going to be around some people who don't like you and listen to you. I mean, Lord, that's tough, right? That's tough. All these people in the world, and let me go be around some people who don't like me. I mean, I can't find nobody out of 8 billion that actually want to listen to me. I think that we have got to stop conditioning ourselves to think that how this is how it's going to always be. And these are the people who we have just been joined with for the rest of our life. Like, it is too many people in the world. There's too much community out here for us to stifle our growth, for us to make ourselves, feel small, box ourselves in with people who do not like us, who do not love us, who do not celebrate us, who do not want us to win. It's counterintuitive, it's counterproductive. It just, you're fighting a battle that you're never going to win. And I think that when you're able to walk away from spaces, maybe time will bring you back to these people, right? When everybody's in a different place, right? It might take you might be 40 years old and now you're like, oh man, we used to be friends. Good to see you again. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think we should continue to put ourselves in situations, and that's with family, that's with friends, that's with coworkers. If we know that we're not getting filled, that our cup is not getting filled and we constantly feel depleted, that's not a world that I want to live in, right? Because that's the world I get to create for myself. And so the world that you get to create for yourself, not the one that is thrust upon us and the things we can't control, but the one you can control, well, I make it a world that I actually want to be in. Other questions? I'm a teacher now, so listen. I'm a teacher. I do questions. Listen. Yes, ma'am. I can't hear you. I can't. There we go. Got you. Maybe not.
You have a loud voice, but I don't
No,
know.
there you do. The mic is on.
Now
Let
it's
me
on.
give y'all a tip. If it's ever a mic, take the mic.
Okay. That would work.
There's my tip.
Okay.
Yeah.
You talked about how each time you have a conversation with someone, you first drop your ego at the door, and you you have deep listening and you're very curious. That's how you get to know a person better.
Yeah.
Do you have any tools that help you do that?
I spend a lot of quiet time. So I do a lot of quiet time with myself. So I'm a big reader, studier. Like I require a lot of alone time. So one, I do get quiet. So whether that's meditation, so that's whether it's a practice or it's just nothing going in my house and I'm just like in stillness. So I would say that. The other thing is what was the other part of the question? It was about people, right?
No, like you talked about those 3 main steps. I was wondering if there's any tool that you do to like actually follow through those 3 steps.
I mean, honestly, it's just me getting quiet. That's the first step. And then it really is what I gave you, that general, that curiosity. When I'm out at just like a Starbucks, I'm like, hey friend, what's up? Girl, what you got going on? Oh, that's cute. Look at you. I spark conversation with people everywhere I go, and as much as I used to hate that trait about my mother, I turned into my mother. Okay. Like my mother she never meets a stranger, right? Everywhere she goes, anywhere I go, I'll be like, my mom's gonna be fine. Like she comes up like, oh, let me tell you who I met. Oh, her daughter, she works at the such and such. This is my friend now. So, but it's that genuine curiosity that I go into my life with. It's like books that I haven't read. I'm curious about it. Even when I was in Ghana in India, like I went in a friend's house and they have all these books. So I went straight to the bookshelf. That sparks conversation. I end up sparking conversation with her husband, and he ends up giving me 2 books, when I leave the house. It's just like the general curiosity is going to open you up to having relationships with people that you would not have ever thought. I would never have thought that I would be sitting with Heartfulness and being with Daji and all the things, because somehow Daji came to my show. Somehow we created a great relationship and took me to India for the first time this year. All because I've been genuinely curious in my life. It's if you walk into life with like, I don't know nothing, I'm ready to learn something today, life happens. It moves, and you got to move with it. I hope that answers a little bit of your question. Next question. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I had a question, just because you mentioned that there are many iterations of ourselves. A lot of us in this room are very young. We're going to change, and we're not always happy with different versions of ourselves. We don't always like ourselves. And so what do you do in those quiet moments where you're trying to be at one with yourself, trying to connect in those ways, and you might be a bit uncomfortable just with your own self?
Oh, well, that's going to happen. How old are you? 24. Okay. So at 24 years old, I was a high school teacher in Los Angeles, California. I taught grades 10 through 12. I taught history. I moved to Atlanta right before I turned 25 years old, right? And have I always liked myself along the way? Absolutely not. Have I always loved myself along the way? Absolutely not. And my choices reflected it. My choices reflected my self-esteem. The people I dated, ooh, your self-esteem was low, child. I was entertaining some people who did not, baby, you do not need to be sharing air with me, okay? You don't need to, but I did, right? And part of that is just the development, right? That comes along with the personal development, whether that's the meditation, whether that's going to get quiet, whether that's working on yourself physically. I'm a big workout person and have been since I was 19 years old. I'm a certified personal trainer, group fitness instructor. I was a fitness competitor when I was your age. And so all of those versions of me, I just leaned in to where I was in that season of my life. And I think that sometimes we have all these aspirations of who we want to be. And I know, and you look at TikTok and you look at Instagram and social media, it tells you of who you think you should be and all these aspirational views. But I think lean into who you are right then in that season of your life. I've been a fitness competitor. I've been a nonprofit executive. I've been a high school teacher. And each season of my life, I just had to lean into where I was. And I think that there is a level of discontentment in this generation that at no point do you find contentment in yourself and where you are. And I think that when you find just a little bit of contentment, that you know what, it's some stuff that I do better than anybody else. It's some stuff that I got, it's a sauce that I got that ain't nobody else got. And I lean into that sauce. It doesn't mean that you have to be the most beautiful woman in the world, the best body in the world, the most followers in the world. It is when you look at yourself, you love what's looking back at you. And that is such a freaking journey. But girl, I'm telling you, in the words of my grandmother, keep living. In order to get over the hump, you just got to keep walking in life. You just got to keep experiencing it. You just got to keep showing up. See, the game stopped when you stop showing up. When I say, you know what, I just can't do this no more, and people do it all the time, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? But if you say, I'm committed to showing up to this thing, I'm committed to giving it everything I got. In 5 years, I want to be here, but if I don't get there, still okay. Where I landed is where I was supposed to be. And then that's I'm gonna just work a little bit harder to be the better version of myself. It's just always getting better. You know, at 42 years old, I'm just always looking at how can I just get better. But 24, girl, one thing I tell y'all young folk, baby, if y'all not in that gym, what y'all doing? Y'all, this the most energy you ever gonna have in your life. Do you hear me? The most stamina you gonna have in your life. Get fit, okay? Go get fit. That's the first thing. That's the first thing that helps people with their mental health is fitness. It's showing up for yourself. It's saying that, wait a minute, there's a goal that I got and I can hit it and I can show up for myself, because here's what I know. Every rep is my reward. Don't nobody else get to benefit from it but me. And so I show up for myself every single day. So if you find that thing that you said, you know what, no matter rain, snow, sleet, hail, I show up for myself, then that's when stuff starts like, you start seeing you start loving what's looking back at you in that mirror. Anybody else? Next question. Yes, sir. You did such a great job yesterday in moderating that conversation with Raj. You really did. Really great questions. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I love what you shared today, especially your story with your grandma. And I think that there's a special power I'm hearing in like how you've taken the stories that she shared through your deep listening and found a way to put that back into the relationship and also share it with us. And I'm wondering if you could speak to the different ways that once you do deeply listen and people do share that intimate and sincere side, like how you can sincerely put that back into the relationships you're in and the world and many different things.
I love that question. Thank you for that, because one thing I didn't share, and I do have a TED talk that's out. It's called How Deep Listening Can Change Your Life. It dropped like 2 weeks ago. So just, go watch it. Hey. But one of the things that spawned from my grandmother's relationship is that it helped the relationship with all 3 of her granddaughters. And so I have a twin sister. Her name is Carly, and my little cousin. We're the granddaughters, right? And because I started listening deeply to my grandmother, I would sit on the phone with them, or I would sit in conversation with my sister, and I would say all the stuff that my gram would say on the phone. I'm like, girl, Gram was getting flued out, girl. And they was like, what? And I said, girl, granddaddy was sending her like $300 back in the 70s. You know what I'm saying? To come fly to Cleveland to see him, all the things. So when I started telling them stories, my little cousin, I started telling my sister, they perked up. They're like, wait, you talked about that with Graham? And I'd be like, yeah, girl. And Graham said, back in the day when she dated this person, or when she, she went on this trip and what happened. And they would be like, wait, Graham did that? And I was like, yeah. So what it did was, now we have a group chat that's called Doris and the Dolls. Now, my grandma's name is Doris. And so now we Doris and the Dolls in our group chat, and we do a FaceTime together. And like, now my grandmother, when you talk to old people on FaceTime, baby, you looking at their head, you don't even know what. So we be like, Graham, and she be like, why y'all not in the camera? We be like, Graham, we are in the camera. Your head, we are looking at your head, girl. You know, so, but what it's done was it's really create a space for her to be seen, not just by me, right? But to be seen by her granddaughters who she wasn't able to be seen by. And I think that's so often what we fail to realize, no matter what age and stage we get to, because we have this way in this culture in American society where we discard older people. We discard them like, oh, they don't got nothing to say. They not hot. They not popping. They don't know what it's like to twerk on the Instagram. Like, they don't know what it's like to get in your booty shorts and get in your bedroom and just go for it. They don't know. Yeah, right. Of course they don't. Yeah, but we kind of discard, you know, older people like they have nothing to offer us. But you got to think, this is a woman who lived through civil rights, lived through abortion rights, lived through the fact that my grandfather had to sign off on her having surgery. She lived through her husband having to make sure she could have a credit card, and she was a working woman. Like, she's lived through all these things. And so for me to be able to get an idea and step into the mindset of her, man, it freed our relationship. You know, because we didn't communicate effectively, right? Like, literally, when I went plant-based, she was arguing me down about her pork chop. Like, I kid you not. Like, she was literally arguing me down about why would anybody want to eat plants. But because I've been able to listen to her, it's given my sister and my little cousin a chance to like, well, dang, let's sit on the phone and listen. And now my grandmother looks forward to like, we haven't had one of our catch-ups in a while. You know, y'all need to ask me y'all questions. And we'll just sit on the phone and just ask her questions. And all she says is, I get to say no. I get to tell you if I don't want to answer it. But most of the time, she answers all the questions, you know? So it's helpful because that is like a domino effect for everybody around you, especially in our families. Like, when we start to learn certain things about other people, guess what? Now they like, well, I want to know a little something. That sounds interesting. I didn't even know she was popping like that. And she's popping. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Now the mic man, you got to be faster. You got to get on your, you got to be ready. Mic man.
Thank you, Brandy, for being with us.
Come on and stand up, girl. You in this room. We can't. Come on. There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being with us here today, and thank you for the inspiring talk. So you mentioned, you stressed the importance of discover yourself from within. And I think as we're doing that, sometimes as we're developing intuition for ourselves, sometimes there are noises in our head and sometimes there are true intuition. So as you are progressing on that journey, what tips do you have? And I understand this might sound a little bit impatient, but what are some of the tips or your experience of screening out the noises and truly developing and leaning into the intuition?
Well, that's a really good question. Leaning into the intuition. You know, that first voice is the God voice, right? That first voice that we hear. You know, and sometimes we skip over the voice, right? It's that voice. I don't know. I'm gonna give you a real good example. Has anybody seen the Netflix show, The Lady of the Hour? Okay, so The Lady of the Hour, I saw a nod of the head, right? In the Netflix movie, The Lady of the Hour talks about the serial killer who was on a dating show, right? And every time in that movie, you saw the woman have that first gut reaction was like, oh shit, I need to leave. Oh, this is not the person, right? The first initial thought is what we get. That's our God mind. That's that intuition. That's the moment. It's a split second of discernment. And most of us choose to skip past it. We say, well, no, he's not that bad. No, I didn't really feel that. Did I? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. And then he get weirder and weirder, creepier and creepier as the day go on, right? It's because we refuse to listen to that first voice. That first voice is your God voice. It's your voice. It's to say, it's your antennas that went up to say, alert, alert, abort, abort, leave, the mission, abort, like, let's go. But we walk past it because we are afraid, because we don't want other people to feel uncomfortable. We don't want other people to feel bad if we leave. Baby, this is not for me. I'm about to go. Now, I'm a grown-up real now. You know what I'm saying? 42, baby, you ain't gonna hold me. I'm gonna be like, I'm out. Good night. Thank you. It was so wonderful. I'm out of here. Right? Because it's not about you. Because my whole goal is to keep myself safe. And many of us, we put our safety at risk, right? And I'm saying our emotional safety, our mental safety, our physical safety at risk, because we won't listen to that first voice that says, this is not, I feel eerie. You walk into a room and you're like, ooh, this feels scary. This is not a haunted house, but it feels real haunted, right? You walk into a space and you're like, oh, I don't like the way I'm getting the vibe off of them. And we ignore it. But I think, sometimes that comes with age, because that comes with the confidence that you have in yourself to say no, that no is a complete sentence, that I don't want to be here is okay. And I can remove myself at any time. But to skip the line is trust yourself, trust your instinct, trust that voice that you hear the first time. So you're not waiting and saying, oh my God, what did I just do? How did I get here? Well, if you go back, we always know how we got there. When we go back and we say, when we go replay the tape, we always know how we got where we are. It was something that we didn't do and some voice that we did not listen to. And that voice is typically our own. Anybody else? Questions? Because I know they're about to get me off the stage. Yes, sir. I know we got one. Okay, one in the back. Yeah. The mic man was there. You was on stealth mode back there. I see you. How did you even get back there, guy? Like you was moving. I see you.
First of all, thank you so much, Brandy, to walk us through your personal journey and share the insights. I'm curious to know one thing. As you mentioned, for listening, we do need to take a pause. We do need to have our presence to whomever we are talking, and also wherever we are. But at the same time, the current lifestyle that we live in, especially in the urban spaces, whether they are students, whether they are in the early stage career, there's so much of run, 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 run. It's such a fast-paced life. I'm very curious and I would love to know, like, how do you navigate in such a fast-paced life? How do you navigate to create that belonging and to extend that in the form of listening?
To create belonging for myself or other people?
Both. Like for ourselves, we can take some moments to meditate, or as you said, like, you take some personal time off. But in such a fast-paced life, how do you create that belonging to other people that you can then listen?
When I first started meditating, I would set my timer for 20 minutes. And if I was just in my car, right, I would sit in the parking lot and I put my timer on for 20 minutes. And I would just, for 20 minutes, do nothing before I was about to walk into a meeting or before I was about to walk into a situation where I was going to have a lot of people that I was going to have to encounter. It's taking the time for yourself wherever you can take it. I think sometimes we think that, the vibe always got to be right. We got to have the right set and the light, the mood got to be right. The candles got to be lit. You know what I'm saying? The music got to be playing. That's helpful. Okay, that's very helpful. But sometimes it's just about taking the moment when I can, right? Because I travel a lot. And so sometimes that moment is me sitting in the lounge at the airport with my headphones in, and I get to just stare off out the window, right? It's just allowing myself wherever I am, even with my team on the days that I film. I have to film on Tuesday. I'll film 4 shows, right? We'll do 4 shows back to back on Tuesday. And that's a fast-paced day. That's a day when I'm constantly having to talk. I'm talking for typically, then that means 8 hours of the day I'm talking. So in those breaks that I have, I got my little speaker in my room. I got my little quiet. I lock that door. And for 20 minutes, my team doesn't hear anything from me. I just take the moments when I can. And as your life gets busier and busier, you just have to find ways, where can I take my time for myself and not have to apologize to anybody else for it? We all have moments, whether it's in your closet, whether it's in your dorm. The closet is a bomb spot. I don't know if y'all got a closet big enough where you can just go in there, right? And even if you don't, there's somebody's closet, okay, that you can just go into, close the door, And listen, my sister, that is her moment, her time. Now my nephew thinks that it's his moment. He go in the closet, sometimes. Any other questions before I get out of here? I think that they put the lights up to let me know that was my time to exit the stage. Okay. Well, thank y'all so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
So let's take a quick refreshment break. We'll have a couple of drinks outside in the cafeteria area. Feel free to grab a beverage, recharge, and connect. And then we'll see you very soon for a concert by our very own Janani Sharma. We'll see you at 5:10. Yeah? Okay. And then if you are a volunteer that has been instructed to come help us with moving things around, please stay back. Thank you.
Yo, great. Can you hear me? Great. Can you please just start the first track so we'll do a quick check of the levels to make sure nothing's changed? $75, I think, right? Mhm. Are the house speakers on? Okay, can I hear more of the house volume or like the track volume in the monitor? Can you please play that up a little bit so I can hear? Can you hear yourself? Okay. Great. All right. And I can hear myself. Great. Okay. So. Can you leave and come back?
Hello. As you're coming in, please, with your AJ and your Roy, please come sit on the blankets up the front. Oh, hello. As you're coming in, please sit on the floor and join us on the picnic blankets and rugs. We're trying to make this as up close and possible as possible. So please, I welcome all of you to come as close to the front. We have blankets and rugs. Grab a seat, sit on the floor. Come on in. Awesome. For those of you coming in, feel free to find a spot on the floor, a picnic blanket, the carpet, use your own blankets, try to get yourself comfortable. Yeah, come. Hello, oh, hello, hello. As you're coming in, for those of you coming in, please grab a seat in the front. Feel free to sit on the floor. Join us. We want to make this as up close as possible. If you're sitting in the chairs, why don't you come into the first few rows? As you walk in, there are seats and blankets up in the front, and we'd love to have you sit on the floor and join us. Yeah, as you're coming in, feel free to grab a seat on the floor. We'd love to have the concert be as up close and possible as possible. Hello. As you're coming in, grab a seat on one of the blankets and picnic blankets in the front. Feel free to sit on the floor. Come as close to the stage as you can. Awesome. For those of you coming in, come as close to the front as you can. Would love to have you sit on the floor or in some of the front seats. Come on, come on.
Hi, as y'all start coming in, we'd love for you to come sit closer to Janani on the front on the rugs. So feel free to take off your shoes and come have a seat at the front. Thank you so much.
सुन हो सदा रंग, सुन हो सदा रंग, सुन हो सदा रंग, सुन हो सदा रंग। सुन हो सदा रंग, सुन हो सदा रंग, सुन हो सदा रंग, सुन हो सदा रंग। तुमको चाहत है दर्शन दो मोहे आलम जाऊं तो मंदिर जाऊं मैं तोरे मंदिर जाऊं तोरे मंदिर जाऊं तोरे जाऊं तोरे मंदिर
Thank you so much. Thank you to Saurabh for accompanying me on tabla. And thank you to my audience for joining me and sharing your time with me today. I've prepared a program. It's called Echoes of Emergence. If you read the chapters, you'll see that it tells a story about self-discovery and finding your power within. So, a lot of genres, a lot of songs, but please participate with me as much as possible.
Would you ever know if I wanna bed alone with rings on my eyes? Would you ever care to know if I threw in the phone and went to roam the roads of blue so inside? All of these days I'm watching you go, little do you know what goes on with me. But right now I see you may never look my way. Could I ever live for me? 'Cause from the inside I'm already in the twine. Only through your eyes do I feel the sunlight. Tell me all the best. Don't make me feel the blanks. So could you tell me all the best? Would it kill you to show a bit of praying for the day coming up the driveway. You go, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. You have me saying I won't go, I won't go, I won't go no more, 'cause from the inside I'm already in. That's why only through your eyes do I see my best
Okay. There's so many genres right now. That was like what soft rock. This is gonna be like house and baile funk in the meditation hall. So like, if I'm the only one like trying to move around because like it's an energetic song, like please, this is not meditation time. Like please stand up. Please like vibe with me. Ready? And then there's gonna be like R&B. Then there's gonna be trap. Then there's gonna be a ghazal. Do you know what I mean? Like there's something for everyone.
cinnamon sky, porcelain tongue with no accent. I can play the role, but my heart and my soul won't feel at home nowhere. I swear. Baby, I speak and you think I belong in this town. Kill the mistakes you know now. Buried my seed, but I'm not supposed to grow from this ground. Cinnamon skin, porcelain tongue with no accent. I can play the role, but my heart and my soul won't feel at home nowhere.
You guys are standing, but you're still standing like this. Yo, let's do a little. Yeah, feel the beat, feel the beat, feel the beat. Thank you.
मैं परदेसी और अलग ना जान पहचान जाऊंगा आगे और कहीं cinnamon skin, porcelain tongue with no accent. I can play the role, but my heart and my soul won't feel at home. Heart and my soul won't feel at home nowhere. Yeah, oh yeah, Thank you for clapping. This is what I like. Yeah.
And now this is like, okay, you know this pose, like, this is that type of song. Okay? So I need all the ladies, I need all the, everybody to be like, you know white girl dancing? Like that.
Hello, background. You watch me fade in the background. Now shadow camouflage fade away. I get this way when nobody says me. No performing corner of the club where I've total body of one. Yeah, of one. Me and the bass take me to different place. Heart thump with drums. Don't know who I become. He's coming. Get your hand up. And it's fun. ख्वाहिश में भूल जाऊं कोई कुछ कहे मैं खुद की बन जाऊं जाने दे क्या जाने दे finally I'm free, don't mind if I drown in this rainbow sound.
Brother, we can leave the projector on. Please don't show my face. It's okay. Because these are my originals, so you guys don't know the lyrics. That's why I put the lyrics on there, so you would know the lyrics. But this one, you will know the lyrics. So you can sit or stand for this one. So my mouth, we can move a little bit here. Sorry. A little bit up. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you. After the election, I was like, I should sing the song. Not to get political, but. Can you hear the guitar? No?
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No heaven below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Ooh. Imagine no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world that's one. Imagine imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday we'll join us and the world has one, and the world will live as one, and the world will live as one, and the world has one.
This is the crying part of the concert. I'm a multicultural person. I was born in India, but I moved here to Lowell, Massachusetts when I was like 3. And then I lived in New Hampshire, and then Boston, and then New York. So I try to make music, and of course I have to call it fusion music. It is, although I don't like that word, but so like every song, and then I make a set list for a concert like this, and I'm like, bro, we went from like to like, do you know what I mean? Like, but that's literally life. That's me. That's all of us. If you're here, like, this world is big. Emotions are so diverse, and you have to allow yourself to express everything, I think.
सपना जहाँ दस्तक न दे, चौखट बातों से थी खामोशियाँ ज़्यादा मेरी जब से पड़े तेरी कदम चलने लगी दुनिया मेरी मेरे दिल में जगह खुदा की खाली थी देखा वहाँ पे आज तेरा चेहरा है मैं भटकता हुआ सभी का बादल जो तेरे आसमां पे आके ठहरा ताउम्र मैं तेरा साया बनूं कह दे तो बन जाऊं कह दे तो मैं तेरी माया बनूं तू साज है मेरा तू रात है मैं चांदनी मेरे दिल में जगह खुदा की खाली थी देखा वहाँ पे आज तेरा चेहरा है मैं भटकता हुआ सा एक बादल हूँ जो तेरे आसमां पे आके ठहरा है
Okay, now this is a trap song. There's this rapper, his name is Amine. I love him. This is a bass off of a beat by Amine. It's the second song I produced. I produce my music. I've been making beats and stuff. So feel free to again stop crying and be like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, take a second look at your lips. Now you see clear like I'm in here. Now you see me there, I won't disappear. Taking it back like whoa, was taking a second to show. Yeah, do what I was told, it turned me to a ghost. Yeah, I never going back in those shadows. Nayaden, hey, nayaden, nayaden, dim, nayaden, hey, or nayajivan. Nayaden, hey, nayaden, nayaden, dim. Swimming sink with fish eggs, thinking I had an inkling. When I've been independent and different. So as the sun sets, I reinvent again. Yeah. खोना जाऊं गुजरते पल में. Let's go. नया दिन है, नया दिन, नया दिन, नया दिन है. Yes. नया दिन है, नया दिन, नया दिन, नया दिन है, नया दिन. Yeah, yeah, yeah. नया दिन है, नया दिन. Naya din, naya din, hey, naya, 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 naya din, naya din, yeah, naya din, hey, naya din, din. Stop clapping, we're gonna cry again. It's so funny to sing like a song like that because it's so like auto-tune heavy because that's like the genre of trap. So maybe anyways. आज जाने की जिद ना करो. हाय मर जाएंगे हम तो लुट जाएंगे. ऐसी बातें किया ना करो. आज जाने की जिद ना करो. तुम ही सोचो जरा. तुम ही सोचो जरा क्यों न रोके तुम्हें. जान जाती है जब उठ के जाते हो तुम. जान जाती है जब उठ के जाते हो तुम. तुमको अपनी कसम जाने जा. उम्र भर ना तरसते रहो. आज जाने की जिद ना करो.
वक्त की कैद में जिंदगी है चंद घड़ियां यही है जो आजाद है चंद घड़ियां यही है जो आजाद है तुमको खो कर मेरी जाने जा उम्र भर ना तरसते रहो आज जाने की जिद ना करो आज जाने की जिद
That was my last song. I know it was like a rush and like musical whiplash, but as I write my music, I kind of just write what I feel in that moment. I had today and like the day before yesterday had opportunities to do like a show, like a 30-minute, not just like 5 minutes to open up for Zona Nigam, like 5 minutes here, but it's like 30 minutes, like 40 minutes. And I was like, I have 5 songs out. Like it takes me like 3 months to make one song because the way that your brain works when you learn classical music is like hyper detail oriented and then you overcomplicate everything. Anyways, I realized though when I was making, I wanted it to be cohesive. Like I respect artists that think about every detail, about when you come in, what are you reading, what's on your mind, what's the feeling in the room. And I joke a lot, but when I put together the track list, I was like, this tells my story of leaving like corporate at 9 to 5 and pursuing my dream. Who does that? That's crazy and stupid, and why would you do that? But I'm doing that. So I hope that this journey of songs completed that arc for you, starting out with yearning and then going to like feeling, you know, the chapter names were all telling their story, feeling like anxious, feeling that you want to disappear, and then hopefully coming to a place where we are now, where you just appreciate where you are. And that's what I feel now, having shared this 30 minutes with you. I'm really grateful for your time and for your ears. I cannot thank you enough. And thank you for being like the best audience ever. That's my time.
Wow. What an amazing performance. Let's give another round of applause for Janani Sharma. We're now going to take a short break to rearrange the hall for a meditation session. Please be back in the hall by 6:05, seated by 6 ideally, so we can get started. Hi, folks. If you're able to help rearrange the hall, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. If you happen to find a pair of keys with a Lululemon keychain attached to it, please see one of us. Thank you so much.